All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, October the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yes, thank you, RC. Somebody maybe in YouTube also, let me know if you guys can hear me and see my screen. So kind of a weird day because I know it's Columbus Day in the States, and that is a date, obviously the market's open, but there are a lot of government institutions closed. And to my fellow Canadians, it is Thanksgiving up in Canada. So happy Thanksgiving to my fellow Canadians. And I guess if you're celebrating Columbus Day, great. Ozzy, you're back. Good for you in our YouTube room. So, guys, lots happening this morning. So, remember now on Friday, the SPY was down 18. We have recovered 8 points of it. So, we're still down 10 from so 10 more to go to get back to flat. Um, Lots happening. STI, let's take a look at STI. I'm just looking at the movers. And yeah, VIR 9985, 9955, etc. Yeah, I mean, this is all you do. I mean, if you're just looking for the pre-market actives up or down, this is a pretty simple scan. Well, call it a scan. It's just a top list window um, per, presented in what we call tree map. So, I mean, it could be, if you load it from my homepage, it'll probably look like this. Okay. All you have to do is then right click and show tree map if you want it to look like this. So these are the movers. Now, why they're moving. All I do is I just click on this. I just click on the symbol, and then I check to see if there's anything in my Interactive Brokers headlines, and to see why is something like this moving. And there's developing uninterruptible power supply system for AI data centers. So that's the news for STI. That's your catalyst. Sometimes, though, you can click on things and you see absolutely no news whatsoever, which probably means some group somewhere in the world has got a hold of it. And maybe a group, a Reddit or something, has got a hold of it and just is pumping it. But most of the time, you will see some kind of news. Of course, anything to do with batteries or rare earth or things like that, going to be very, very active. Not just today, but going forward. Speaking of, look at China. Look at the China ETF, guys. The one I use anyway, up 4%. So a lot of the China stocks, of course, that got hit with the market on Friday, like U.S. stocks. Also, big recoveries. And William, is William there? Yes, William is there. Um, have you had a chance to look at TVRD? Surprised it's not shortable for me, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Maybe that's why 3.9 million in the float. But look at this. I mean, it was sitting at $40 on Friday, down to 6. Wondering what else they do because they drop after the trial doesn't meet their goals. Is this a phase 2? It's a phase 2. So I wonder what else they do, because that's obviously devastating if you were holding this one. Again, no clue whatsoever. Look at this nice little move on the daily chart, on the weekly chart. No clue whatsoever. They're going to have some news like that as wiping out. Hopefully, again, nobody in this room is nailed by that one. So on to the positive one still, PMAX. I don't think I saw any news on this one. Couldn't see any specific news. Yeah, I can't see any specific news on it. So ELBM, I'm not sure I saw anything on that. This is the one I don't think we have not, we meaning people who have Interactive Brokers, they just have not allowed this to be traded. But battery, anything with batteries, rare earth, GWH, big day on Friday and continuation, big continuation day. Again, batteries. So this is just a huge continuation of Friday's big jump. So, this stock did not get affected at all by what the market did. A sell-off, I mean, a bit of a sell-off. It got up to 537, closed down here, but it certainly was not negative like most of the stocks on, Friday. China, this is why I looked actually at the, I wanted to see what was happening overall with China, but China Natural Resources, CHNR, big move, low, 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 low float. That's why I wanted to see, well, is it the overall China market? And yes, it was. But again, can't see any news on it other than overall China is moving higher. But this is, this is definitely an outlier, being up 38%, but I cannot see any news on it. I think somebody just put AVGO. Yeah, AVGO, Mike, huge pop. Yes. So this is a two timer. So this is, so AVGO or AVGO, yeah, the stock symbol must be up at least 12%, maybe 12 to 13%. So if you thought this was going to continue to move higher, there's a way in which you can play it. Is we get double the move, but of course, if AVGO moves down, if 1%, this will move down 2%. This is an eight. We got one of the. I wonder if this is the big one for it. Yeah, I'm just looking at the volume. Yeah, it looks like that was a big. It's amazing how many there are. How many there are for AVGO? These ETFs. Bloom Energy, man, oh man, I I've missed the boat on this one. I mean, I remember this one was just sort of doing nothing forever, sitting around the 15 to 20 mark. It was fairly active, all-time high now. And this is an Oracle AI partner soaring on $5 billion data center deal with Brookfield Asset. Okay, so man, BE. Yeah, there is one here. Boy, this was shortable for me also, and I didn't see it in time. NDRA. So why are they up? Again, no, little bio. What did they discover? Something? Nope. Announced a $4.9 million private placement to get into digital asset management, crypto. Okay, so they're basically switching gears, but it was shortable for me, and I just didn't see it in time. What a short that would have been, and great spread. I mean, the spread is fine. Yeah, Guten Morgen to you too, Carlos. TBH is getting whacked here, guys. TBH is getting nailed here. Wow, it's $5 now, 81 cents. The House of Doge is going public through a reverse merger, merging with the House of Doge. All right, if that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, we had shorts, not a lot of shorts, but there were shorts available. Right now, 17,000. Yeah, it's scary but look at the spread was great. I mean 70 75 81 is great for a stock with that sort of a float. But it was up here because look at the news really. Okay, they $4.9 million. Like some of the ones that have really soared, it's like multi-million dollars they've somehow raised or even billions. This is like 4.9 million. It was almost predictable. All right, guys, 909. Oh, okay, let's see. Back of the 122 a share. Wow. That's it? So what were they doing up at $40? But seriously, yeah. So there's a quick analysis of TVRD by William. Here's another one that got hit hard, pretty hit hard. Yeah, down 8% now. This is so I had a actually it's been in a pretty well, the trend has been down since 22nd of September. A little pop up here, but like a lot of stocks, they're looking like this. You're going to have a red candle. However, this is continuing down. I think they had news on their own. So SMLR, and this is shortable from not many shorts, only 10,000 available, Interactive Brokers, but nonetheless, shortable. All right. So the SPY now is hanging right around the VWAP. Okay. The SPY is hanging right around. Why do I have a 15-minute chart? There we go. So the SPY is hanging right around the VWAP, guys. You know, that purple line on my chart, that is the VWAP. So it's hanging right around it, trying to decide which way to go. Boy, oh boy, look at this TBH, $5 down to 81 cents. Ah, there were shorts available for me too. 32,000 Interactive Brokers. Didn't see this though. In fact, this probably went down so quickly anyway. All right, guys. I just want to now. I saw that American Airlines was up a little bit. I think the airlines are probably doing pretty well this morning. Most of them. Why? Again, discount this. Like virtually every stock was. You're going to have a candle like this on the daily chart. But look at XLE, guys. So XLE down through the 200-day moving average, closed down here. Still, even though it's popped just a little bit, but it's still below the 200-day moving average. XLV, yeah, again, most of the daily candles for the major sectors are going to look like this, but still, still above the 200-day moving average. Interesting with staples, though, consumer staples. I mean, it didn't, not a giant red candle, but below. So right now we've got two of the major sectors below. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's a banking holiday, isn't it? Surprised that market's open, but yeah, all the banks are closed. So kind of a weird. Well, we can't call it. Well, it's not an official holiday, Columbus Day, but And the bond markets are closed. Yes, Obi, thank you. So volume's probably going to be pretty light today. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything? I'm just looking to see if anything else has crept in here. Again, look at the float in this one. 1 million, a little over a million in the float for STI. So, breaking through the 200-day moving average in a big way. Look at the volume, 31 million shares, and they put out this press release. So, and this is actually it is shortable for me. I'm surprised. 4,000 shares, a little over 4,000 shares. So if it runs out of steam, yeah. So I'm gonna put that one. I'm gonna thumbnail that one just in case. American Battery, I'm hearing ABAT. Yeah, American Battery is on the move again. Battery, anything with not anything necessarily. I did see Plug earlier, but battery stocks. It's a big move, 150 million in the float to be up 23%. So, and they did have some news that completed required whatever NEPA baseline studies for twin path flats, lithium. So it's lithium. Okay, so rare earth, rare metals. Everything, batteries. Good one, William. Well, this TBH is just getting pummeled here. So this company, VCIG, it's not an earnings play, but they're forecasting 70% revenue growth. Okay, so it's not a technically it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. Okay. Looks like they released on the 6th. I don't recall this one releasing on the 6th, but didn't really help. This is you can see the big yellow line. I'm not sure they did. Okay, guys, here's some more creeping in here that I'm hearing. LGO, let's see what is this was Largo Incorporated. Okay. LG, what do they do? Metal ore mining. Okay, yeah. I mean, rare earth. Cheap one. I don't think I've seen this one before, LGO. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. Probably a low, not a low float, 36 million in the float. Not high, but not low. Take a look at a monthly chart to see where this could go. So on a monthly chart, the next highs are one's pretty close, 265, and then even 280. So there could be some resistance. Now, this is interesting to me. There are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. Over 1 million shares. Very surprised. Cheap stock like this. All right, guys, 921. So I'm going to get the layout I use once this market, the 930 open. For the 930 open. So just give me a moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is save this, save my layout first, as always. Okay, give me one moment. Just want to load one more thing. So this is the pre-market actives up. Just the top 6 now. Let's see if anything's in here that we haven't talked about. We talked about STI, ELBM, PMAX, NDRA, GW. So we've talked about, we've noticed that these are the big ones so far this morning. Just want to see if anything else creeps in here. Okay. So, here's one. Acon, ACON, just knocked out, I think, the LGO. So ACON. Big pop this morning, got all the way up to 1840 and is, but right now we're at $11, 11, yeah, 11, 11, 11. Was there any news on AVGO? Let's take a look. Not sure I saw any news. I just was looking at the ETFs for them. Broadcom surges after OpenAI deal for 10 gigawatts of custom AI accelerators. Okay, well, that is your news for Broadcom. Wonder why they changed their symbol name. Could have sworn they used to be like something like BRCM. Why would they do that? I may be wrong. I'm pretty sure they used to have another symbol though, and I wonder why they would change it because they maintain their company name. So why would they change it? Got to be a reason. There's a China stock, guys, a CHNR. It just knocked out one of the ones. So now this is in the top six, CHNR. Fading though. Probably a long time ago, wasn't it, RB, when they incorporated another company or merged with or bought or you're talking about Broadcom. I'm just wondering though, why would they change their symbol? I mean, it makes so much more sense to still be BRCM. I think that's what it was. When I see, in fact, when I see Avgo, I think of an aviation company for some reason. Okay, guys, SPY, interesting level right now, right on, hanging right on that VWAP. Okay, right on the VWAP. Will it hold? Will that act as support? So was Avgo acquired Broadcom? Okay, and yet they're still called Broadcom, though. Oh, wait a minute. Yet they're still called Broadcom. You see what I mean? Anyway, it's just it doesn't really matter, does it? But I always think of companies if they're going to have a stock symbol, it should be easy to remember based on their company name. That's what I think, anyway. All right, guys. Let's see. STI. All right, guys. We've got let's see a couple of minutes before 9:30. So let's see what sort of day we have today. Again, in the states anyway, Columbus Day. We've got a lot of the bond market is closed today. Banks, financial institutions, other than the stock market, is closed. So probably very low volume today. And in Canada, we've got our Thanksgiving, so a lot of Canadians will be taking the market off also. So probably low volume today. But you know these ones, they don't care. So here we go, guys. Spy now is a little bit below now the VWAP, a little bit below. What a drop for Bitcoin. Couple of days though. It wasn't just yesterday or Friday. You know, it was Thursday also. But what a drop! Remember now, Bitcoin up here was about 125,000. Right now, we're sitting at about one, little less than 115. All right, guys. Yes, half a minute before the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I know I run the risk of something just ripping on me right off the bat, but I don't mind. You're running these three races. This is a race that you can have on my homepage. This one over here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These are large cap movers. And here we go. So Anything? Do we see anything here that we hadn't seen? So with Rekr, R-E-K-R, ooh, on the way down now. Keep an eye on the SPY, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP right there, that purple line. Let's see if it can break through and continue its move up, or is this it? Are we going to have a bit of a bit of a downturn from here for a while anyway? Fast is actually an earnings play. I should have mentioned this one, Palm. Fast is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays today. FAST. You can see right at the VWAP. Okay. Fast is an earnings play. Now, got it. Hit, well, pretty hard, down 3%, 3%, 3.7%. It's recovered a little bit. But yeah, fast is an earnings play, FAST. STI, guys, STI moving. Big volume just came in. A lot of volume came in on that opening 2 minute bar, but it is early. What did it get up to? Got up to 298. Okay, 1298, sorry. Almost 13. Pulled all the way back a dollar, just like that. Every time I see this one, quantum, I think it's a quant, but it is not. It's solid state lithium metal batteries. That's what they do. So this is QS on the move here, guys. So the next high looking left is around 17, 1688 is the next high looking left. And we have our first halt of the week, guys. I'm surprised we haven't had, again, maybe because the market is not as much volume, but STI, usually this halt resumes, goes crazy in the first 5 minutes. STI just got halted on the way down, though, halted on the way down. All right, we didn't see this one in the pre-market. I didn't anyway. AURE. Wow, this is just starting to trade. It looks like a SPAC. $43 million stake in Prestige Wealth, planned for gold-backed treasury to acquire. Yeah, I don't quite understand. I mean, it's trading as this one today. Maybe a symbol name change. AURE. Gold, obviously AUR. AU should say AU. Probably a low float. Don't have any float information on it. I wonder. Going to go to that other website and see what float they've got on this one. AURE. No, that's the website that we're getting our float information from, but for whatever reason, they don't have it either, or we're not getting anything. Do a quick look. Yeah, we haven't indexed this ticker yet, so this is probably a low float though. Yeah, ripping here, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's up. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. It was probably it wasn't up. Probably less than 20%. 34% now. AURE. Okay, we have another halt, guys. BGMS just got halted on the way up. Okay, BGMS just got halted on the way up. BioGreen Med, the next high looking left, 559. So let's take a look at where it could open. So this blue screen you see here has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price at 546. This column trying to show you potentially where it could open. If you're not used to halts and resumes, typically they are 5-minute halts. They're what they call volatility halts, and usually they are 5 minutes long. And then this column is, again, trying to show you where it could open over the course of 5 minutes. Of course, the numbers can change, which they are. So we just have to wait and see where it's going to open. It's a low float, 1.27 million in the float. Hmm. USAR, I'm sure it is moving higher. That'll be an all-time high if it's well, depending what it. Yeah, USAR moving higher, all-time high. And MP, the other one, another one that is inked big deals. I think they've got something to do with. I read this morning that General Motors, good foresight for them. I think they've got a deal with MP for magnets, critical to their business. Speaking of General Motors, if you look at GM, not moving up much, but I mean, I think going forward, General Motors is in good shape in terms of. Here's what I read. GM's efforts to secure rare earth magnet supply set to pay off. I think that has something to do with MP. Wow, look at that QS, guys. I mean, just ripped, just absolutely kept moving, moving, moving. QS broke through the high of Friday. The next high is approximately 1780. Okay, this got hit hard, like most stocks on Friday, but FLNC is now big recovery mode. And the next high looking left is 1583. So there's a little bit of room, little bit of room. By the way, yeah, there's no trade of the week this week. Steve couldn't find anything. So basically said cash, keeping cash for the trade of the week. Yeah, ELBM. Anybody try to buy this at Interactive Brokers? Is it still unbuyable? In other words, they restrict buying. I mean, there battery guys. There's battery. Yeah, we're just talking. Yeah, we're just talking. Interactive Brokers. They have blocked for a while anyway the ability to buy this. It's no longer restricted. Oh, I should have looked. Well, okay. Too late now for me. So here's your halt, ELBM, halted at 532, potential open in this area, 545. STI, let's see, BGMS is not opened yet. Again, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:41 plus 5 seconds. No big clue really as to where it's going to open, very close to the halt price. Yeah, GWH, I've got that one thumbnailed. I was going to mention it. Just the break off 6. And yeah, see if I can find it here anywhere. Yeah, the break off 6. I have that one thumbnail through the VWAP now, guys, through the VWAP. Again, batteries, 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 rare earth. All right, guys, we have, let's see now. Amazon, this is, so Amazon must be, wow, it's only up about a point, 1%, a little over 1%. This is an ETF for Amazon, AMZU. So again, if you're unfamiliar with these are, there's so many companies now that have their own ETFs. And and a lot of them are 2 times, which means that if Amazon keeps moving higher, say Amazon the stock moved up 1%, this will move up 2%. But again, if Amazon moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Just be aware of that. Ooh, Perry, guys, Perry. What do they do? So Craig Hallam initiated coverage with a price target of, IB is not loading yet. Okay, for some reason I'm not able to load it, but they're initiating a buy. Sometimes they put a price target. All right, ELBM just opened, guys, and it opened. Actually, didn't it didn't open higher than the halt price. 532 was the halt price. Now it's starting to drop. Another halt, guys. Another one, QNRX. Let's see what this one is doing. Halted on the way up. Yes. Wow. Look at the room. Now, this is crazy. Very crazy. Got up to $42 approximately on Friday. Closed down here at 20, cut in half. But it just got halted. Just got halted on the way up. So where could this open? Where could QNRX open? Just give me a moment. Okay, so 1750 is going to be incredibly active today, obviously, just because of what happened on Friday. Fluence kept moving here, guys. FLNC breaking through 16 and lifetime. No, not even close. Looking, I thought maybe it was a lifetime high, but no. Yeah, GV leading this race here. GV leading this race, getting close to the VWAP though. Keep an eye on the fast guys. I mean, it's now through the VWAP. Fast is through the VWAP, FAST through that VWAP. All right, Caesar's got room. CZR 23.23, so about a dollar to the next high. Another one trying to recover. A lot of stocks, of course, it's going to look like actually, but this was already dropping. Gambling stock was already dropping. It wasn't just Friday's action. Pony, this has been a massively active one over the last, not so much over the last little while, but remember this move. Let me get to a weekly chart. This was really active starting here on the week of September 8th. And what a move. Went from 13 all the way up to 25 last week. Probably that's more than likely the Friday. Friday's accounting for most of that. Yeah, Friday's accounting for most of that. So coming back though, guys. So the high on Friday was 23.59. You guys are in NAM, okay? NAMM. Just looking now. Probably a low float. Yeah, 3.8 million in the float. Minerals. I don't know what they gold producer, okay. So the SPY is still kind of hanging around the VWAP area, guys. I mean, it popped through. There's the VWAP, the purple area, the purple line on my chart. Okay. Still, still a little bit uncertain about if it's going to really take it out and move higher. This one, yeah, I was looking at it. So this is the IPO from a few days ago. Um, got up to what, $37 or so. Right now at 28. Not good. Not good. Shares available for me also to short at Interactive Brokers. Guys are talking about a rug pull and NAM. Yeah, no kidding. $4 down to 375. Let's see if it recovers, gets over that VWAP again, though. And look at ELBM. Last time I looked, it was in the way over 5. So this pulled back also right to the VWAP. ELBM pulled back into the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see what happened here. I'm going to go over this race. What time is it now? 9:51. I'm going to go over this race. In fact, what I'm going to do now, and usually I wait till about 10 o'clock, but it's 9:52 right now. So I'm going to go over my homepage. I checked. The promo code is still, I think it's good to the 14th tomorrow. I think promo codes. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, is what you're going to see at the very top. We have 3 promo codes right now. So if you wanted to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. On the annual, you'll get 22% off if you take out a premium monthly. First month only, that 22%, first month only. The 2 other subscriptions that we've got, standard monthly and standard annual. So 15% off the first month, standard annual using 15%, or 15% off the entire year of a standard annual. Okay. For those of you on YouTube, I just want to always point this out because people are always surprised that they think we just have YouTube, but as a trading room, but we do have another trading room. It's a lot more active. So if you're in YouTube right now and you want a little more interaction with other traders, you can come into the main room. You can stay in YouTube, that's fine. But this is how you get into the other room. Free also. And all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, whatever my code is, it will change obviously from time to time, depending on the promos that we've got. But whatever code it is, if you save my homepage link, just use my code. That'll help to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the codes or the use of the codes, and they see enough people using my code. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. Scroll down. Now, there is no trade of the week this week, but you can sign up for it here. The trade of the week. Again, there's no stock. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, who originates the trades of the week, decided that he couldn't really find one based on what happened on Friday. So he said, best thing, he just said, keep in cash. Now, you don't have to, of course, but he did not find one specific stock that he wanted to present. But you can sign up for it right here, okay? And you will get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Next, if you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about this program, if it's the right one for you, click on the education section. Go to my homepage, scroll down a little bit, click on the education section. And now, before I keep going, if you click on the user guide, the Trade Ideas user guide, just want to draw your attention to one aspect in the user guide, the TI stock racing, because I'm going to go over this race, but this shows you how you can set up your own race with your own set of parameters, okay? Now, clicking on the education section in my homepage, first thing to do if you do take out a subscription is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory. Very short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this a good fit for your style of trading or what you might want to see? You can start off with that second video. and again, short videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, the ones that I'm currently sharing, and you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top right here, middle section right here. Here are the ones that I'm currently sharing. Now, I don't have them all up and running, okay? But you can take a look at them. The one you can see, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. I can give you these two. These are large cap movers. This doesn't matter what the what the market cap is, but these are large cap they're on the way up or on the way down. And Hulse resumes is over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This at least identifies the stocks that are moving. Of course, it doesn't mean that just because they're moving in one direction in the pre-market that it's going to continue once the market opens, but at least it identifies the ones that are very active. I also have these three scans here. I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. These are all real-time alerts, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay, you can take a look at them. Give me one moment, please. Wow, GWH guys really moved. So if you have any questions about the scan, now, first of all, I should welcome anybody who's brand new today or relatively new. Welcome to the rooms. I say I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main trading room, same time. Both see my screen and listen and can hear me. YouTube has a slight delay. YouTube puts that on, about a 5 to 8 second delay. And it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions about trade ideas, feel free to answer or ask me questions. I'll do my best to answer. If you have trade ideas right now and you have a question about your account, I probably cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. Wow, here's a good one from our AI, by the way, guys. It's MP. Yeah, MP. Look at this one. Nice alert at 90 on the way, 94 all-time high. Remember, I was saying about I think MP has his deal with GM and others. I'm sure others. Production and marketing of rare earth specialty minerals. The hot sector, obviously. Before I talk about this, XCH. XCH. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. There is the 200-day moving average, so it's right at it. Electric vehicle chargers, okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over this race right here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is on my homepage. This is the race that's on my homepage. I want to go over the race in general. Well, I'm going to specifically talk about this one, but just what the concept of racing is all about. Why I think it's good for people who are new to trading, and also, even if you have a lot of experience, how it can create a watch list for you that you can just concentrate on certain stocks for the whole day. So now, again, in the guide, there's a whole section on TI stock racing. I am running 4-minute races. The race time is completely customizable. You want to run a different time frame, a 5-minute, 2-minute, 10-minute, whatever you want to do, you can do it. I happen to be just running a 4-minute race. Okay. So what does this mean though? What does that 21% mean? That means that since the race started about 3 minutes ago, this stock, XCH, has moved the most since the race started. It has moved 26%. That's why I said right at the top here, CRML has moved 7%. Now, it doesn't mean, and so obviously this is leading the race. And what happens is that eventually a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the number one position right now is ELBM. It has won 2 races. That's what the number beside the symbol means. So if XCH holds on, as long as it doesn't have a big pullback, and it could, as long as it doesn't have a big pullback before this race is over, it's going to win the next race. I'm just going to wait. You're going to see what happens. If it does, you're going to see it'll be added to the sixth position here. 3, 2, 1. All right, so it won the last race. So it's added now. So there are now 6 stocks. Oh, I'm sorry. It had won a race before. So it has now won 2 races. I didn't realize it had won a race before. So again, I'm running 4-minute races. Usually it takes 30 seconds. Imagine it's sort of at Le Mans and all the cars are waiting. They're all revving their engines at the starting line. The gun goes off. 30 seconds. Here we go. So now the race begins. Okay. So you don't have, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. You see something at the top, click on it, see what's happening. We know ABAT is very active today, American Battery. Okay, we know that. But even if you didn't know that, if you hadn't seen anything, if you see a symbol here you haven't seen before, great, click on it, see what's happening. AQMS, I haven't seen this one. Just see what's happening with it, okay? Aqua metals, okay? But you don't have to, again, wait for a race to be even at the top here. You see something in this list of stocks, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. Antimony, another, this is gold and silver. THH, haven't seen this one at all today. Let's take a look at it. See what's happening. Try Hard. I don't think I've ever seen this one because I'm sure I remember this name. Try Hard, okay. Lifestyle entertainment company in Japan, okay. I mean, it's up, almost 10%. I've never seen this one. So, a question, if you're looking at this for the first time, and first of all, notice that these races are all different, have different symbols in them, okay? So why is that? That should be a question. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this race, right click, notice there's a pop-up that happens and one of the options is open top list window. So I'm going to do that. Notice if I right click on this top list window, another box pops up, launch real-time stock race. So that's how a race is started, from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, if I right click on it and click on configure and click on summary. So as long as the price is between 1 and 50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up from 2% at least from the previous close, which now is Friday, which is going to be, not as many stocks are going to be like that because the market was so down. I'm sorry, that makes no sense. Sorry, that makes no sense. Forget what I said. Up from the close, 2% from Friday's close. So even if the stock had tanked, doesn't matter. So that's why these stocks are showing up in this list of stocks, okay? Because they meet the filter requirements. So a top list window, you can still use a top list window like this, okay? It doesn't mean you can't use it like this, but anymore. But how a top list window was used before we had races was it in this way. So you could sort on any column header you had. So that C% is the icon for the change from the previous day's close, as an example. Okay, so that's the change from the previous day's close. You could, but if you had another column header, like here's the relative volume, this you can sort. You can, if you double left click rapidly, this will show you, ranked, sorted, the ones that are up, that have the biggest relative volume. I'm going to keep it on the change from the close. So you can see ELBM is up 157% from Friday's close, GWH 63%, etc. So that was a typical use of a top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. That's as long as you had a column header, you could sort on that filter. So that's good. Okay. But a lot of people, first of all, but I would not discount it. Doesn't mean because a stock is up 179%, look at the ELBM, doesn't mean it can't move higher later on. Remember now, this was in the fives before. But a lot of people say, well, you know what? I don't really want to see these stocks. How about something that might be just starting to move? And that's what the race can do for you. The race does not care about if a stock is near, way above the previous day's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage wise. So here's the XCH. Now the XCH, I don't even know where it is. It is near the high, okay, or it's up 62%. But there's nothing saying that a stock down here, EVGO, as an example, you know, it's up, or GIVO. I'd take GIVO as an example. It's up 9% from Friday's close. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, GIVO just started to move? Was up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list of stocks. Well, how are you going to know that? Well, you don't have to stare at a list of stocks to find that out. That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care if it's up the most from Friday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks that you've got, what is moving the most percentage wise. So there's, ELBM again. So I'm saying, just because a stock is up a lot from the yesterday's close doesn't mean it can't keep moving. Or if you're a bit of a VWAP player, or you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. So here's the ELBM. See how it came into that purple line and kind of that held, so far it's holding as a support. So that's how you can also use these. You can see stocks that are pulling back, maybe into a support area that you like. Maybe it's the VWAP. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock maybe move into, and see if it acts as support and then bounces off it. So hopefully now it's starting to make sense that you can construct your own race based on your set of parameters. You create a top list window. So for instance, this is what I like to see in this in here. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe you have a filter that you love and you want to add, into this. Okay. That's why, so you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters and then run the race on it. Remember, all races start from a top list window. Right click, launch the real time stock race. So that's why in this race right here that you see, Typically, you're not going to see big moves, big percentage moves here. And the reason why, because these are large cap stocks. So what I did here, if I open this top list window, now this is pretty big actually. Normally, you're not going to. I'm going to when I show you this one, it's going to be a very small list, but because it's a fairly big list. A lot of times you only see a few stocks in here. It doesn't mean these are going to be the same stocks all day long, though. Stocks will come in and out depending on whether or not they meet the filter requirements. So on this particular one, if I right click on it and click on configure, you're going to see why you're not going to see usually like big percentage moves. Look at that ELBM right back up to the 5 level. So if I click on the summary, this is quite different from this one. I'm looking for stocks between 10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum, and 2% from yesterday's close. Still the same, but I added a market cap. Has to be at least half a billion in the market cap and a minimum 50 million in the float. Also, it has to be near the high of the day at 95%. For instance, if I put 100, this is the position in the day's range. If I put 100, that would mean it would be right at the high of the day. Okay, so this not 95, it's going to mean that these are stocks near the high of the day. This is what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. Nope. In our YouTube room, no. Seconds time frame are not available. You're talking about our charts, and yes, candlesticks are available. I just like bar charts. That's a question for me. See how this list just got a lot shorter. Okay, a lot of that is because if a stock is pulling back a bit, it may not be near the high of the day anymore. So the same thing though, you'll get a top 10 list that is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This one are large cap movers moving down. And my guess is hardly going to see any. See, right now, there's no stocks that meet the filter requirements. But, these ones obviously did before. So if I were starting out though, while this one is fabulous to be in, okay, these stocks will give you the biggest percentage movers, but they are more volatile. If you're just starting out, they can be a little more of a challenge if you're just starting out trading. Not saying these are, not going to be volatile, but they're going to be less volatile for sure, just because of the market cap, okay, and the minimum float. They're just going to be less volatile. So if I were starting out, I would probably want to pay attention to a list like this. And what you can do once well, you don't have to wait for 10 to be in here, but just click on a symbol in here and see what is happening. I mean, that's the whole idea. Just click on a symbol and see what is happening. So Tatya, I'm using, yeah. So on our charts, if I go to a chart style, select chart style and chart style, this is what I'm using. But you can use candlesticks if you want. But the lowest time frame is 1 minute, and it'll never be lower than that. Okay, so that's to answer somebody in our YouTube room. I just like the look of the bar charts. All right, guys. So there's NAM up again. Let's see here, or is it? Yeah. So a NAM came down through the VWAP and back down. I think Shady added or did something right around this area. So that's a great look. So yeah, you wouldn't expect too many large cap losers on a day where the market's up quite a bit. That's why this is not that, but you know what? Here's what I'd be doing. If I see a stock in here and the market is, I mean, it's obviously, I mean, it's up 9 points now. And, last time I looked anyway, it was a question of was the VWAP, that purple line, was it going to actually hold, and act as support? Well, obviously, we can see right now seems to be acting as support. So a lot of these ones that were down, unless there's specific news, like a really bad news that is hit, you could look at some of these as bounce plays. Now, fast is an earnings play, so I mean, still down through. So it is trying to recover, but it did have some. Obviously, the reaction to earnings wasn't good. All right, guys. Now I'm going to take a look a little more closely now at some of the ones that. So SRRK. So this the big gap down is not. So it is going counter to the market, of course. Went down 21%. See if there's any news on this one. So even though this looks like an education company, it is not. It's a bio. FDA determined Catlin, Indiana inspection classification as OAI, another of the gazillion acronyms that are out there. All right, guys, STI. Shoot, it's halted. So I'll have to take this one. I was going to explain if you have our AI, if you have our AI, if you have the premium service from Trade Ideas and you've got our AI, um, you know, you should have the reentry. You should have this reentry column, okay, which is going to tell you a reentry price. So if it hits the stop at any time, which STI did, but it's halted. So you can see what happened. It hit the stop, 1060. It did hit the stop, okay, but halfway between, if a stock gets halfway between the entry price and the stop price at some point, in this case it's 1076, you will get an alert to if you didn't take it the first time, but certainly you can take it the second time or look at it. Certainly look at it the second time. And so if you have that reentry price column, which you should, and if you don't know how to add it, just let me know. STI just opened too. Wow, that's a nice. I'm surprised STI did not win a race earlier. I mean, you got to be very nimble on this, but I mean, this hit $12 before, and it's pulled back now to 11.50. I'm talking about the STI. Another one for the NAM? Yeah, 495 down to 431. Yeah, well, again, it challenged the VWAP again. But it's indicative of the float, 3.8 million in the float. It's you have to expect it's going to be very volatile. That's why, wonderful race. You're going to get some massive percentage moves. Typically in a race like this in the large cap gainers, you're typically not going to see giant pull. Wow, this is a nice one. TransAlta, Canadian, wow, big Canadian stock or company, of course. Hmm. It's a big move, 13% with 295 million in the float. That is a big. That's a big. Wow. Yeah, the market just took a bit of a header. Bit of a header. I mean, it was moving nicely, nicely. Remember the 5-minute charts. So now giving up the VWAP. Now, typically these small cap stocks, these very volatile ones, they don't typically follow the market that much. Okay, they typically trade on their own. Obviously, larger cap stocks will probably follow the market a lot more. Whoa, look at this Sarepta guy. So we have $2 to the next low. Sarepta, SRPT. I may have to really take a look at a short on this one. Sarepta. Ah, yeah, no, a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, over 3 million. So that's not an issue. This is this China stock that was real CHNR, which was really active in the pre-market, but it is starting to give it up. No shorts available for me underneath the VWAP. So what I'm really looking for here now in the large cap losers is something that's just below the whole number. So here's Conagra, which is not, of course, just below the whole number, but 1789. So I wouldn't take this one on the short. First of all, the next low looking left, too close. Boy, look at MP just continuing. So came into, didn't quite get into the VWAP. That would have been a pretty big pullback. Didn't quite get into the VWAP. All time high. Don't count today. It's 97. Okay, guys, I'm just was looking at that other one as a potential short. See, these are just near the whole number, which I don't like. I like to see them just below the whole number if I'm going to look at a short. Well, it means you can't. I mean, obviously, there's the there's the high. There's the all-time high, right? But if I look at the percentage here, lifetime range 113, but it's looking, but right there, that is obviously the all-time high, slightly down below it for MP. Yeah. Well, I don't have MP as 113 anyway. Maybe at some point, maybe if you go back enough months, but I don't have. At least we don't have it. Well, I mean, today got up to 97.85 when you say you don't see it. So that's what we have as an all-time high. I mean, I guess if you maybe you go back far enough, but we only go back, I don't know how many years. So it's possible this was another, I don't know if there's an IPO back in 2020. Maybe it was a different company. Maybe they changed symbols. Okay. So that's what we have as an all-time high. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Back. All right, guys, this PSIG just came out of its halt and moved down. Yeah, I'll do the best I can, Delta. You can ask questions about trade ideas all day long. If I can answer, I'll let you know. Maybe one of the other traders at Trade Ideas, maybe they have an idea. But yeah, go ahead. All right, guys. XCH still look at the pullback underneath the VWAP, but it broke above the VWAP now, and that is at XCH. Okay, Carlos, if you're still in the room, what do you know about this company? This is the German company, XCH. I'm sort of kidding. I mean, I didn't expect that you would know necessarily know them, but we don't get there are not too many German companies that listed on the U.S. exchanges. Not too many. All right, guys, 10:31. So starting to slow down here. Again, I anticipate kind of maybe not in these ones, okay, the volatile ones, but certainly in the larger cap stocks. Though you never know. I mean, look at this. I mean, if the market continues to do this, we'll probably get some pretty big moves in the large caps. But let's take a look at the SPY. I want to just take a look at the SPY volume right now. So now, of course, this is skewed. Probably rather look at because you know what happened on Friday. 150 over 150 million shares were traded, but this is a little more like the average. So that was 66 million shares. We're at 24 million now. And remember, in the states, the banking holiday, bonds are closed. Also, Canada, it's Thanksgiving Day, so don't expect a lot of SPY volume today. Boy, this American battery, that nice all day, I think. Don't think, well, it pulled back. Okay, now look at this, pulled back right to the VWAP, okay? ABAT pulled right back to the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, the VWAP is 915 or so. So it's trying to hold. So the other thing, Delta, is I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, here's some scans that I'm currently sharing. So you click on my homepage link that I put in there, scroll down, middle section, scans. Okay, so I'm sharing some scans. You might want to take a look at. It depends on your trading style. Yeah, ZNB. I'm just seeing this. I just saw that one. I don't know what they do. I don't see it here now. He did not win the last race. Black Box Stocks Incorporated. Okay, so the high today was around 9. If it takes that out again, 933. Boy, STI came right back up. Challenge, guys. I mean, with that float, a million in the float, but look how volatile these are. Like, got up to 1231, all the way back down to 11, just around 11, coming back again. Had news. Solidian unveils next gen AI power supply. Shares jumped 90%. Well, look at it now, 113%. That's why I'm saying just because a stock is up 90% in the pre market doesn't mean it can't keep moving. Now look at the market. Wow, we're getting some interesting market reaction. There's nothing on the calendar that I saw today, but look at this now. Big. I mean, that was a pretty. That looked. Well, I'm not saying it was over, but I mean, taking out the VWAP, a couple of big bars down, but now just the recovery right through the VWAP again. So pretty choppy. So if you're trading large cap stocks, it's probably a bit of a challenge. Keep an eye on the GWH. I'm sure it won a race before. Did not win a race. Here, no, did not win a race. I'm surprised. GWH, let's take a look at GWH. It's pulled back into the VWAP. You can see how the VWAP kind of held it, acted as support for a while anyway. Huge day on Friday. Continuation today. Boy, STI. That was a great reentry price alert at 1076. So if you have our AI and you don't have this column, please add it. The reentry price column, add it. You can get a sound alert when that happens. Wow, just 13 now, guys. Where is the next high on a weekly chart? Where could this go? Can't see it. Have to go to a monthly chart now. So the monthly high is up here at 16. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but 1668. 1645 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get there, and I think it just got halted. Yes. Tatya, are you a premium subscriber? I don't generally show the Holly AI screen, okay, unless I just it's not fair for people who pay for the premium service. Okay, that's why I don't display it all day long. But all I can say is that STI had a re-entry price at 1076. It's the only one today with a re-entry. And MP, of course, was from it earlier too, and it is still moving now. Now it's an all-time high. Okay, Mike, it's right at the high here. Not going to be surprised. I'm not saying it's going to happen 100%, but I'm not going to be surprised if it takes out 100 at some point. Maybe not today, but I will put a price alert at 100 as it gets closer and closer. But just again, to flash it quickly, there's the STI. There was the reentry price at 1076. Here's MP. The alert price was at 89.95. So 21% move, 8% move. That's more than a 21% move though, if you actually get it on the reentry. And I do a lot of videos on the reentry of the AI, and a lot of people will just only wait for reentries. And look at it this way. Now I think STI actually though, let me take a look at it. Yeah, you could have made money on the original alert, I believe. I don't know what it did after you got the alert at 1093. That was the original alert at 1093. I can't tell if it was on a pullback down there or it moved higher. But the bottom line is that if you just wait for reentries, never mind the original alert. First of all, you get a better entry price, and it's not necessarily that, of course, on the reentry it's going to do something like this. The stock, in this case, it certainly did, and there's only one today. Okay, there is only one today. Some days you might not get any. Because what has to happen again is that the stock, you get the entry price or the alert price. I hate calling it the entry price, but you get the alert, and then at any time during the day, if it hits the stop price and it gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, then you'll get a re-entry price. Which page are you talking about? My homepage? Delta? You're talking about my homepage link is not available through Firefox? You might have to change browsers then. I'm surprised, but are you talking about this? Are you talking about my homepage link? That's pretty surprising, but is that what you meant? That it's not functional via? Are you talking about my homepage link? So when you click on it, you're not you're not getting that in Firefox? Now, Firefox sometimes, I mean, it has some settings. You know, maybe it's blocking, depending on what you're using. Sometimes it's blocking page loads. But is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about my homepage when you click on it? Well, if it is not, well, you're in the room though. You're in the room, so I mean, at least that's functional. I You might have to change browsers. It's it's hard to know why something like that happens because there are many people who have Firefox, and that's not the issue. So it might be a setting that you're using within Firefox or a computer setting. What I would do then is I would maybe go to Edge or Chrome as a browser. But when you say most everything here is not functional, what does that mean exactly? Because you're in the room, so at least that's functional. You can get into the trading room, but you're in the room. You're in the room. Okay. So if you're just saying that link is not functionable, it's interesting. You might have to change browsers. That's all. Maybe do a refresh. I don't know what you guys are seeing, but that's a refresh icon. If you can see my screen, you can see my screen, right? Hard to know why though. I use Edge just because it seems to be less taxing. But I've used Chrome before. I used to use Chrome all the time. Never, I did not use Firefox because I'm the chief tester, Tadia. Okay, I'm the one at Trade Ideas who uses the program the most, so they always ask me to test the dev mode. Question in our YouTube room. It's not that much different. I mean, it's not that much different from whatever you guys can load. I mean, virtually everything that I share, it doesn't matter what version of Trade Ideas you are using. So, STI is halted. Yes, it continues to be. Oh, yeah, it continues to be halted. Sorry, I thought it just opened. So in this particular case, typically they are 5-minute halts, but in this case, it's obviously going to be longer. Had it been a 5-minute halt, it would have opened at 10:43 plus 34 seconds. We're at 10:46 now. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically they are multiples of five. So if that's the case, this will open at around 10:48 plus 34 seconds. Okay. And we see the potential open is in the 1436. Again, this screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. I know I have to repeat myself every single day because people ask, well, where is this within trade ideas? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show them. In this case, it does, STI. There's the halt price at 1332. This column is trying to show you potentially where it could open. So right now, I mean, this obviously looks like it's going to be a great open. If you're in this right now, you got to be happy because it's possible that it's going to open in this area like $1 above. Doesn't have to. You can see how this number fluctuates. So just in general, Carlos, you're talking about sound alerts and in any one of your guys. Take a look at GWH. GWH over 7 again. Okay, boom. Oh my gosh. I'm sure this is going to get halted. I'm sure it's going to. Well, maybe not. I could have. Boy, that looked like it was such a rapid. So, are you talking about sound alerts in general, Carlos? Or are you talking like what screen are you talking about? Price alerts or on an alert in the alerts scan? So that yeah, now got halted. GWH did just get halted. I thought it was going to get halted. I mean, that was a massive. Just the price alerts. Okay. So if I bring up my price alerts window, where are you? Oops. Here it is. Sorry. So you're talking about how to put a sound alert on the price alert window? It's the same as for an alert window. You just right click, okay, right click and go to actions. So right click, box pops up, go to actions, and then check the play sound, set up the sound. Now, if you want text to speech, you can have two. You can have a female voice and or a male voice, okay? If you want text to speech, you don't have to, but if you want the symbol to be read out, you can pick text to speech. Otherwise, you can click on use custom sound and select the sound. When you do that, 3 folders are here created for you that we have created for you. So if you click on the Mad Money, here are a bunch of sound alerts in here. You can pick one, pick gong as an example. When I say pick, left click on it, highlight it. You can open it. Then you can play it. And if you like the sound, then you can say okay a couple of times and then it gets attached, okay, to the window in which you started all of this. Okay. So does that make sense? Did I go too quickly? If I did, I'll do it again. Others might, others I'm sure. And the sound alerts are great, guys, because what the idea of a sound alert is to put a different sound alert, different sound on your different windows. Now you can do it in alert windows, price alert windows. You can do it with our AI. The idea, obviously, with a different sound is that when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. Also, Carlos, if you go to the guide, I'll answer your question in a second, Delta, and also you, Tatya, in our YouTube room. So a good reference all the time, and all the things that I talk about. If you click on my homepage link, because sometimes people forget. I don't expect I go over this stuff, but tomorrow you might say, "Ah, man, what did he say about how to create a price alert?" So if you click on my homepage link, and you click on the education section right here, click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. And because price alerts are, a pretty major part of trade ideas, sound alerts, okay? Sound alerts, here it is. So here's your reference to what I just talked about, sound alerts in the user guide, okay? Okay, just give me a moment, Edric. So you don't require any minimum of idea to trade. Well, Trade Ideas is not a broker, okay? So it's up to your broker how much you have to how much you have to have, Tatya. We're not a broker. We just, we can connect to many broker platforms, with using our external linking tool, but we're not a broker. So it's up to your broker how much you have to have in your account. Now, so I think in the States, you guys finally got rid of the pattern, the PDT. Is that official now, or? But even if it hasn't been officially, but you understand what I'm saying, Tatya, and anybody else, we're not a broker. So it's your broker who determines how much you have to have in your account in order to trade, just in general, nothing to do with Trade Ideas in that regard. Okay. And I'll answer you quickly, Edric, because that's a simple one. So how do you add the symbols in the price alert window? GWH, another awesome one. So if I wanted to put a price alert, let me go to OCUL as an example. Okay, very simple. You go to your chart, and let's say I wanted to put a price alert a little bit above, right above here. If I can eyeball it well enough, you see the dotted line is moving, and it doesn't matter what chart you use, what time frame. So if I eyeball it, say I wanted to put a price alert at 12:15. Okay, so I right click. If I eyeball it and I get to that 12:15, and then create a price alert. So if that's the number I want, then I just save it. Okay, and then it creates the price alert. You can put a note in if you want. Typically, I don't, but if you absolutely want to, you can do that. And then I just save it. Done. Now that blue line appears on your chart. So if OCOL hits 12:15, that blue line will turn to green, and I'll just show you where it is now. It'll be right at the very bottom. I've got too many here. I'm gonna have to get rid of some. OCUL is right at the bottom here. Okay. If it does hit 12:15, then as long as I've sorted on the triggered time column, which I don't know if that's the default, but it should be. So I, left click on it so that why? Because then if it does hit, now the other thing to do, in my opinion, is to minimize this screen. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space, even if you have the screen space available. Because if you minimize it, what happens is the screen will pop up on your window, on your monitor, and if you sort it on the trigger time column, you'll see it right at the very top. We lost you? Really? So let me do a sound check, guys. Can you still hear me? I haven't done anything. My mic is on. This icon is on. So is it just Edric who has lost me? It's back. Okay, that must have been just you, unless others tell me that they lost me. So was there an interruption from the rest of you, or is it just Edric? Okay, so I think it was just you, Edric. So I'll do it again. Okay, if you didn't hear. So you go to whatever chart you want. So let's say I go to MXL. And if you want to put a price alert, say the stock is at 1551 right now. So let's say I wanted to put a price alert at whatever price. If I can eyeball it well enough, say I wanted to put it at 1557. So if that dotted line, it's right at 1557. If I right click, create the price alert, And if that's the price I want, you can, of course, type it in and then just save it. That's it. Now, you can put a note in if you want. I typically don't, but if you want, you can do that. And then you just save it. And that's it. And then it'll show up at the very bottom. That's the last price alert I created. What I would do is I would always minimize this window, even if you have the screen space available, because if you minimize the window, when it hits the price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. Okay. And the trigger time. If you sort it on the trigger time column, you'll see it right at the very top. Okay. Well, that's if you're going to use the money machine. Okay. Tadia. Okay. 25,000. And that's because of the pattern day trading rule. I guess it's still in effect in the States. If you want to use the money machine, you probably have to have 25K. But if you're just trading normally, it's up to your broker. Okay, now let me answer Delta. Configuring the trade ideas pre-market, aftermarket, high volume, current movers, how to open a generic each one, and then upload to the cloud. Okay, so well, do you have access? Can you click? So you're saying you cannot click on my homepage link, Delta? So when you try to click on my homepage link, it doesn't work because I've got pre-market actives up and down on my homepage. In which I can give it to you, then you can modify it as you want. Now, the other thing, Delta, have you gone through? Oh, you've got it now. Okay, good. Have you gone through just to because what I'm going to show you is on our guide. It should be on the guide. What's in the guide, but it's also just want to make sure you've done this also. So if you click on my homepage link, well, sorry. Ah, okay. So you are doing the videos. But that's the back to basics, I think, right? I don't know how many videos there are here in the education section in here. I don't think there are 16 of them in the getting started with trade ideas. I don't think there are 16 of them, but hopefully you've done this also. I think there are about 8 or 9 of these short videos to get you started. But I will demonstrate. Ah, okay. So that is the back to basics. I thought the back to basics had been really pared down. So you're talking about the back to basics? Though I don't know what videos you're talking about. Are you talking about the back to basics? I'm not sure what video, that's a lot of videos, 52 or 54. The back to basics is if you're new to trading. Okay. But I didn't think there were 50. I thought there were only 15 now from here. Maybe it's a cache version. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I mean, if you're looking at every single video that, that we've ever done, that's so are you a new trader, Delta? Because as Pepe says, the back to basics is just 15. You're not a new trader. Okay. So if you're not a new trader, then at least you should do the getting started. If you haven't done this, you should do this. Good introduction to trade ideas, number one. But I will show you how you can have take my scan. Okay. See how this popped up on my screen, guys? You see how it popped up? MXL? Not that I want, I just was demonstrating it, okay? See how it popped up on my screen when the price alert hit? What I want to do, I want to get rid of a lot of these now. A lot of these, what I do, I'm just demonstrating how you can use it, so I don't need all these. Okay. I think if you've lost sound, man, I think you probably want to change browsers then. Firefox may not be good for you in this platform for some reason, Delta. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Delta? Give me a moment. Type this in correctly. All right, guys. It was a good alert for MXL, just as my demonstration. All right, now, guys. So STI is now experiencing a pullback, and so let's see how far. Now, it's already had that pullback to the VWAP once. All right. Well, this is a bit of a choppy market. So we had that nice move up. We had the big move. Well, the move down. We had the move up. Now we've got the move down again. So fairly choppy market right now. All right, ELBM. So Shady's in this one now at 565. Yeah, nice move. Finally able to buy this one at Interactive Brokers. Just opened. It just opened, Steve. So the open price was 1260. What was it? 1272. Boy, this MP, I'd be watching it. I mean, it's already had a fabulous 2 days. I mean, look at the low on Friday was $73. We're almost at 100 here. I mean, what a 24% move. Definitely in the right sector. Boy, that STI, guys. I mean, yeah, it got halted on the way down and it moved down, but right back up. Okay, guys, 11:06. So today being Monday, it should be Chris Varley who'll take over for me in our YouTube room at about in about an hour from now, between 12 and 1. So Delta, I don't know, maybe you can't hurt, maybe you cannot hear me still. Yeah, the getting started though is only 15, okay? Or less, I should say. The getting started is only about well, I don't think it's ever 40. I may be wrong, but Yeah, thank you. Pepe is it's only 12 in the getting started videos and they're short videos. So I'm not sure where you're looking, Delta, but at any rate, I think your question is, so now that you can hear me and see my screen, and now you're saying you can click on my homepage link, okay? So when you click on my homepage link, this is hopefully what you see. Scroll down, custom scans, view scans, okay? And here at the top here, pre-market actives up. Now, do you care about the ones moving down? You just care about the ones moving up. Well, at any rate, any one of my scans, this is how you do it. So if you click on the link, okay? So if you click on the link where it says open scan, so click on the link. Now, depends on your browser configuration, of course. It may overwrite the tab or it might create a new tab. But so if I open the scan, click on open scan, and it does actually overwrite it. There's a link right up here. You see that link? So all you do is you highlight it so you can copy it. Left click on your mouse, highlight it. Okay, now it's highlighted. Now copy it. Control C on your keyboard. So that'll copy it. So now that link is copied. Next step, you go to your toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, because what's happened is you've loaded it into the cloud. Now File, Load from Cloud. If you've done it correctly, in this box right here will be that string. You can see it ends in 9C3B8, 9C3B8. You can see that. If you've done it correctly, copied it correctly, it'll show up right here. And then you just load it. And it'll be on your screen. It popped on my other monitor, but now you'll have it on your screen. So before I keep going, I want to make sure that happened for you. So did you copy it correct? So when you went to our toolbar and File, Load from Cloud, it should have shown up in the box if you've done it correctly. If you've copied that link correctly, it will show up in the box. So let me know if that happened. If not, I'll do it again. Don't read all the text that happens here, okay? Yeah, I think to me it's just too confusing. If you just listen to me, I think it's a lot easier just to copy the link. Copy the link. It's like copying virtually. You just left click on the end, and there's copy it, highlight it, and then copy it. Control C on your keyboard. Now the link is copied. But let me know if if at least we're that far, okay? And then once it's copied, okay. So when you say most of it, is it appearing now on your monitor? When you file load from cloud in our toolbar, that's what you should see. The link is copied. You see it if you've done it right, and then you just click load. So let me know if now the scan or the top list window is now appearing on your pool guard on your monitor. Okay, so okay. Now you can modify it. Okay, so if you right click in the top list scan, it's going to show you what it's looking for. If I right click in it and then click on configure, now it's showing you what it's looking for. So I right click on it, configure, and then summary. Now it's showing you what it's looking for. So And if I click on, so in this particular top list window, the stocks where the price is at least 50 cents, the volume is at least 10,000 shares. This is, remember, pre-market, okay? Price is up at least 3% from yesterday's close. I don't, that RSI, I don't know why it's there. But here's where, if you click on window specific filters, here's how you can adjust it now to what you want. Maybe you don't like that price range. Here's a minimum price, 50 cents. But here's how you can adjust it to what you want to see. Okay, in these filter values. So let's say you wanted to change it to $1 to $10. You go into the price range and $1 to $10. Say okay. Now it's changed to $1 to $10 as an example. And if you like that, then you just say okay, and now it's changed. Right now, the next step, if you want to make a change, your next step is now to save it into your cloud. Okay, now you want to take it from your monitor and right click and save or share to cloud. And you can give it, if you like that name, fine. You can give it another name. I'm calling it pre-market actives up. Now save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now the other thing is, if you load some of my other scans, or maybe you create your own scan, and then you create some time frames that you like. This is what I like: a daily chart, a 2, and a 15. Doesn't have to be what you like, but you can create. What I'm really trying to show you now is you can create your own layout that you want to see. And once you've done that, file, save or share to cloud. You probably click on entire layout and then give it a name. Delta's first layout, or whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now the layout is in your cloud. Just do it a few times and get used to it. But that's the concept. Well, you can do that, but what I like to do is give it a name, because you can have different layouts, of course, and with different names. Personally, I like to give it a name. It's up to you, but then you're overwriting the default layout, which is okay, I guess. But does it not make more sense though if you file, save or share to cloud, and click on entire layout, and then give it a name. Give it a name that you like, Delta's first layout, and then you save it, because you can have different layouts. And then what happens is, if you do that, when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to lay this layout the next time you load trade ideas? And you say yes, and then it'll load the layout that you last used. Yeah, you can, whatever name you want. I've got several layouts. I've got a pre-market layout, and I've got what I call my 930 layout. Give it whatever name you want. You can save it to your computer also, not just to the cloud. File, save layout. You can give it a name. I'm using my market hours layout. You can do that also. Give it a name. But in the cloud, you can give it whatever name you want. Whatever name makes sense to you. And the reason why it's good to like individual scans that you may create, or scans that you're taking from me, or We've got a lot of scans here also. If you click on new, I'm not trying to overwhelm you, but if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Again, you don't have to know, you don't have to learn all these, but these are all theme-based channels, explosive winners. You could have these also. You could take these sort of scans. They're not semantics. I mean, I'll call them scans. They're not technically scans, but so if you liked one and you put it on your monitor and you save it, the reason and save the layout. The reason why you save things to the cloud, especially layouts, is that if you go out and buy another laptop or a desktop computer or whatever, all you have to do, of course, is just like, I mean, I think everybody knows how the cloud works in general. You just download the program and then file load from cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Yeah, the Spy is nuts. The Spy is a little bit nuts. It is very choppy. Look how it's, revolving around the VWAP right now. I won't call it nuts, but it's just volatile and choppy right now. So you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, but you can only load trade ideas one device at a time. So I'm working off a desktop computer. If I went to my laptop, I wanted to load trade ideas, I couldn't do it. I could only have it loaded one device at a time, but it's available on as many devices as you want. So Delta, are you talking about the filters that you can add? The different filters that you can add to a top list window or an alert window? I think that's what you mean. Are you talking about this? If I right click, configure, and this is a summary. So this is what you're seeing here. And if I search, is that what you mean? Like here are all the different filters that you can add. Well, there's no pre-market Holly. Okay, Holly doesn't work until the market opens. The 9:30. You will not get an alert for our AI Holly until at least 9:45, 9:40. That's the earliest alert you'll get. Boy, look at STI. Wow. So the earliest alert you get is at 9:40. You can see right here we had several at 9:42. The last one was at 11:10. That's the earliest alert, and that's by design. Or you have to be a premium subscriber to have access to the AI, but there's no such thing as pre-market Holly. Okay, just so you know. So I'm not sure where you're looking, Delta. If you're looking, when you say choices, are you talking about filters that are available? More all choices left side more available via web page. I don't know what web page you're referring to exactly. Are you talking about when you say choices? Are you top? Okay, in the channel bar. Now, don't click on the channel bar. Okay, if you go to click on new and then go to dock channel bar. I wish they would get rid of this. This is the old. So click on docked channel bar. Okay, docked channel bar. And don't worry about what dock means and all. It just means that if you have the reason why you use dock channel bar, if you have a layout on your screen that you've created, okay, clicking on dock channel bar and then loading one of these channels, it means that the layout that you've got on your screen that you may have created, if you click on one of these, your layout will not disappear. In the old days, when we didn't have what we call our docked channel bar, when you clicked on just the channel bar and loaded a layout, your layout would disappear. You could only have one layout loaded at a time. But you can see right here, here's my layout still, and it, even though I've clicked on something from the dock channel bar, my layout still exists. I just wish they would get rid of the channel bar option. But you can go through these, and just, you can see what they're looking for. They're all theme-based channels. If you're used to, if you have any trading experience, as you say you do, maybe there's going to be something that you like to click on and see what it's looking at. You don't have to learn every channel, of course. No, well, when you say the web page, I don't know what web page you're referring to. The only channels that are here. Okay, the only channels are in the dock channel bar. Never mind the channel bar, but these are the theme-based channels that we've got. Okay, theme-based channels that we've got. All right, guys. So, and the other thing, I mean, just maybe get used to how to load things from the cloud and get them onto your screen and saving the layout. Get used to that. Oh, I see. On markets go, yeah. So that, I mean, if you've got the program, I mean, you probably don't. The Market Scope 360 is something is very different. If that's what you're talking about, the web. Now, the problem with it is that if you load that web page, okay, what's called, like, as Pepe is saying, the Market Scope 360, then if you won't be able to use the downloadable application at the same time. You can only have that. It's sort of like a different layout, okay? So, or a different version of trade ideas. So gets a little confusing. The Market Scope 360 is, I would say, is more for people that really don't want to create anything on their own. But if you're looking to sort of customize like, if you have any trading experience at all, and you kind of have an idea what you're looking for, then you want to be able to customize your scans. You can either take my scans and maybe modify them if my style of trading is what you're looking for. Yeah, but those, I shouldn't say yeah, but those are all from the original channel. Okay. And I keep asking the company to get rid of this channel bar here. It's confusing. Okay. Just use the dot channel bar. Okay. I mean, there are plenty in here. Okay. There are plenty of things to look at in here. I think what they did was they basically said, okay, from that original channel bar, these are the ones that were used the most. There are a lot of channels that we had that were just, I mean, they just kept them there for years. But what they did was they said, okay, generally they said, okay, let's just put the ones that have been used the most historically and put them in this dock channel bar. See, the problem was this, getting, The problem was is that when you clicked on one of these channels, if you had a layout already loaded, your layout would disappear. And so it was really defeating the purpose of allowing people to go through these channels, different theme-based channels, okay? Because eventually people say, "Well, why do I want to do that? Because every time I click on one of these channels, my layout disappears." Now, it doesn't disappear forever. I mean, as long as you've saved it, but it wasn't that friendly. So that's why they created that other version of the channel bar called the dock channel bar. So when you click on a channel in that channel bar, your layout doesn't disappear. It's made it a lot more user friendly. Okay. There's certainly enough to take a look at if that's what you want to do in the dock channel bar without, seeing, everything that we had originally created in that the original channel bar. Okay, so Pro Jam in our YouTube room, I think you're talking about our compare count window. Now, are you talking about the compare count window that Dan uses, the CEO of Trade Ideas, who shows up on Wednesdays in our YouTube room? Is that the one you're talking about, or just in general? I mean, I've got a compare count window that I don't use compare count windows, but doesn't mean you shouldn't. But I don't use them. But if it because what it would look like is something like this. So, are you talking about the one that Dan uses, Pro Jam? If you show up on our Wednesday between 12 and 1, can you hear me? I'm only talking to Pro Gem, okay, in our YouTube room. I'm assuming most can hear me. I'm just talking to Pro Gem, who asked the question about a compare account window. I can give you one that is going to show you stocks moving higher versus stocks moving lower. Yeah. So what this is, okay. Let me give you an example of one I've got, but you can adjust it. I can show you in the guide how you can create your own, but I'll just show you what a compare account window can look like. So this is what a compare account window looks like, okay? Now it has to start. Okay, Don Joey, I'll help you there on the money machine settings. It's just sort of warming up right now. But are you looking for the one that Dan uses between on Wednesdays? This is not exactly the same, but it's a reasonable facsimile. Okay. All right. Okay, Pepe. If you have the one that Dan uses, I'll maybe that's what the gentleman wants. Okay, thank you. I don't have it. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe this is what you're looking for. Pro Jam, okay. That might be what you're looking for. That's the one that Dan uses. Okay, Don Joey, how to activate the money machine? Well, first of all, are you a premium subscriber? Okay, well, if you're just looking for compare count windows in general, but you can see that, but you can take a look at that, the link that is a compare count window, okay? So you can take a look at that. Okay. So you were a premium subscriber. The other thing is, did you download the alpha version of Trade Ideas from the homepage? You have to be using the alpha version from our homepage, the download alpha. And make sure you did that also, because otherwise you won't be able to use the money machine. Okay, you've got to do that. Yes, you've got to download the alpha version of Trade Ideas. The heck is it? Okay. Just you have to go to our homepage and you have to download the alpha version of Trade Ideas. Then I can help you. Though once you download that, you might be able to do it on your own, but I'll certainly be able to help you. What's wrong with our website that it's not so obvious how to download? Sorry. All right, guys, give me a moment here. 11:34 or so. I'll be taking a break. Oh, here we go. Download software. So it's literally okay. If you don't know how to get there, so this is what I'm talking about, okay? You've got to download the Money Machine Alpha before you have access to the Money Machine. Should add that to my homepage. When you do that, you may find you can activate it, okay? But let me know. I'm talking to Don Joey in our YouTube room. So when you're talking about the trade wave you see here, Topsy. You're talking about this, the trade wave. It's not a scan, but are you or the blue scan? Are you talking about the Halts resumes? What are you talking about, Topsy? The Halts resumes? So you're talking about this? You're talking about this? The Halts resumes? Yeah, okay, that's what it is. That is what it is. The Halts resumes. Okay, so it's on my homepage. Yeah, just go to my homepage and just give me a moment. So just go to my homepage and click on the link, okay, that I just, and then scroll down a bit till you see my scans right in the middle there. View the scans, and there's the Halts resumes. Okay, it's right there. Okay. Now remember, and this is for everybody. If you load any of my scans, well, the ones you can see anyway, you're not going to get everything that happened before. What time is it right now? 11:37 a.m. Eastern time. You're not going to get all the previous alerts that happened. Okay. If you load my race here, my biggest scanners from the start of the race, you're not going to get this top 10 list. Your race will start when you load the race. Okay. I get a question a lot. How come it's not looking like yours? Well, that's if people load mine. Why is it not looking like yours? Well, that's because you're just loading it right now, and that's when it starts. The race starts for you. I start running this race at 9:30, and this, of course, was running since 9:30. So you're only going to get the last one. I am premium. Chris, do paid setup for this will be very good. Not sure I understand the question, Magnus. I'm not Chris though, but that's okay. So I just want to confirm that it will be Chris in our YouTube room. Okay, so the money machine setup. Okay, so Magnus, again, you have to have downloaded the latest, the Money Machine Alpha version of Trade Ideas, number one, and you have to be a premium subscriber. Oh, you say you are premium. Okay, so okay, you have. Okay, then okay, so you have to load Brokerage Plus. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus. Okay, then this is the Brokerage Plus window. So let me know if you've done that. And anybody else who's interested, maybe you, Don Joey. So you have to have this screen obviously up and running. Again, just click on New from the toolbar and then Brokerage Plus. So once you've got this screen, now the only other thing is, I guess, to make sure when you click on brokers and make sure Trade Ideas paper trading is connected. I think the default is that it is connected. Okay. But if it isn't, and if it happens to say, it doesn't say connected, then connect it. Okay. So now you're in the TI paper trading. Okay. The default should be that it's connected. So the next step, okay, Don Joey and anybody else, go to your money machine settings. And now I can't tell you what strategy to use. Okay. If you're just doing this for the first time, we've got these 5 in here. You can just so you can see how the money machine works. So I'll just pick upside pullback pickup. Okay. I'll pick that one. And then I'm going to save the profile. I don't think you have to, but I'm going to save the profile. Okay. And then start the money machine. And that's it. Okay. This little select only the money machine account. Yes. Okay. To say that. I think the default is probably, and now you're doing it. Now you're in the money machine. Now, don't ask me, well, what should I use? What strategy should I use? But what it does is it's going to take the top three in this list of stocks, and it's going to auto trade them. So now you're in these trades. Now, the best way to use it is to exit the trades, manage the exits. But that's the basis of it. Okay. But again, I cannot tell you, well, this is what you should use to make money. Ultimately, you can bring in your own strategy, your own top list window, ultimately, and run it based on your set of parameters. But if I were just starting out, I would run the ones that we have as default and just see how it works first. Now, if I wanted to get rid of one because I didn't like the way it was trading, and also here are your settings here, so you can do a few things. Maximum positions. That's basically saying, okay, how many positions do you want to be in at the same time? What's the maximum number? So I mean, you can pick three, you can pick five. I would just go with the default on all this. Here's the price range: minimum 5 to 500. Position size, you're going to take $5,000 worth each trade. Again, this is all customizable, but just, for the purposes of seeing it for the first time, you can leave it, but you can understand how it is customizable. There is a stop that is created for every one of them. So you can say exit positions if it's the stop price, or you can, if you don't like the way it's trading right now, like maybe you don't like POY, maybe you don't like the way it's trading right now. So you can highlight it and say flatten it, get out of the trade. If you do that, then another one will show up pretty soon if you want three at a time. See how QS just showed up? Sorry. Yeah, QS just showed up. So it auto trades your entries, but the best use, in my opinion, is to manage the exits. No, you can, but I would not want to go crazy, but you have maximum positions. I mean, I don't even know what it goes down to, but I could type in 5. I could probably type in 10. But remember, there as long as that PDT rule is still in effect for you guys, if it is still in effect, so you can, if you're taking 5,000, if you're committing $5,000 to each trade and you're only in three positions at a time, that's $15,000. Well, okay, let me stop this. So this is, you're talking about the long term, the swing long. I mean, you can control it. I mean, there's still three. You can control it, Magnus. Maximum positions 3. You can control it. Right now, nothing's popping up though. I would not probably have more than 5, just because remember, you're trying to manage the exits manually. I mean, you can put a stop in, so you'll exit on whatever the stop is, but more than what I would probably do is, let me. Oh, you know what? I didn't start it, did I? That's why. Now, the reason I don't just demonstrate this is because I would have to be watching this and doing nothing else, and I don't really want to. Oh, I see. Thank you, Obi. So your SEC has not voted on the new day trader rules. Okay. Thank you. So approval potentially occurring in late 2025 or early 2026. So you can see what's happening. Now it's taking these ones and you just kind of manage. I mean, if all of a sudden you got a nice big positive, in today's P&L in one of these, you might want to take some off or but how you get out of a trade, if you highlight, you flatten it. You want to get out of all of them, you highlight them all and flatten if you want to get out of them all. So what I would do is just kind of practice with it, okay? Get used to understanding how it works. Now, Chris has a lot more experience than I do with this money machine, so he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I think he's got a couple of videos that you can take a look at. All right. I probably should have them. I should have access to them also, but he'll be in. Well, let me make sure of that. Yeah. So it will be Chris. Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So about 12 minutes from now. When I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris if you want to. But Chris has a lot more experience with the money machine than I do. But that is the gist of it. Okay. No, and also understand that in order for it to work with a live account, you'd have to have an E-Trade, Alpaca, or Interactive Brokers account. And I guess down the road, I think they're trying to work with TradeStation so that, if and when we release it so that people can actually use it to trade their live account, those are the brokers you'd have to have. Also understand that the concept of this was started last July. The company thought it would be available and even in this simulation fashion now, but it took a lot longer than they thought. A lot of testing had to be done. And so we said, okay, for the first 100 people, they could sign up for it. They didn't have to pay for it yet, but assuming it's going to be the same deal, it'll be $2,000 to have access to the money machine for a year. But again, 100 people did sign up for it way back then, but a lot of people may have dropped off. I don't know. Nobody paid up front. Okay, nobody paid up front. We just said if you want to be on this list, so there were 100. But ultimately, really, what you would want to be able to do is trade, have your own set of parameters in a top list window and see how it works for your trading style. Yes, we've got some canned ones, but if I were going to do this, I would want to have my own and see how it works in the simulator for a while. Well, guys, GWH is on fire again. GWH on fire again. Still, yeah, I think I had to go to a monthly chart before I saw anything. Yeah, this on the monthly chart. Yeah, we looked at this earlier. $10. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high on the monthly chart for GWH. Low, pretty low flow, not crazy low, but very low, but not crazy low. 9.8 million in the float. Take a look at the SPY volume now. Don't compare it. We won't compare it to Fridays because that was a definitely an outlier. But this is more like it. 66 million. Well, you know what? It's going to be maybe so the SPY volume isn't going to be that bad. We're sort of halfway through, and unless it really dries up in the afternoon, but it looks like it could approach Thursdays, even though again the bond markets are closed. It's Columbus Day. So JKM, if I'm understanding your question, in our YouTube room, can you use the scanner pre-market? Are you talking about the money machine? You cannot. Money machine does not start working until until 9:30. Okay, if that's what you mean, as it stands right now. Okay, if that's what you mean, is that what you meant? So the money machine, it's like the money machine only starts at 9:30 Eastern time. So again, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean when you say a normal scan. So yeah, this is maybe semantics. The money machine, it's based on top list windows. Okay, top list windows. It's not based on alert windows, which is what semantics. That is what a scan is. A top list window. Like this is a scan. Okay, because it's giving me a real time alert when something happens. This is not. These are technically not scans. They're based on top list windows, which because a scan has a trigger. So in this particular case, the trigger is a halt or a resume. These are real-time alerts, okay? In these, notice that there is not what we call a trigger. We just have a set of filters and that's it. There's no trigger. So a scan would be based on having a set of filters and then putting in, okay, if all these filter values are met and the stock may say a new high of the day, a new low of the day, a new 5-minute high, new, all these different types of real-time alerts that we've got, that would be technically what we call a scan. But this is only a top list window. Yeah, so you cannot if your question, JKM, was can you use an alert window with a money machine? No, but you could take the filters that you're using in that scan, and then create a top list out of it, and then use it if that's what you wanted to do. Okay, that makes sense. All right, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do now, before I forget, is in our main room, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over. Give me a moment. Well, the money machine, Christian, the money machine, in theory, is a way in which you can have your own. You can automatically take the top three positions in a top list window and automatically trade them. Get into the. Let me just show you. Don't worry about this. I get this error message all the time. I'm going to flatten this. So what it does is you can have your own sort of strategy. But what I'm looking at, we do have some. Stop the money machine. So we do have some strategies that you can try. Okay, these are built in, but ultimately you would probably create your own if you had enough faith in it. But you could practice in the simulator. And then when you start the money machine, what it's going to do, it's going to take the top three just the top 3 in this list of stocks, and it's going to automatically take them and trade them. Okay. That's the theory behind it. And then you manage the trades, You know, you can get it. You don't like the way it's trading, a certain symbol. You can get out of the trade. If you get out of a trade, it'll take the next one on the list. That is the theory behind it. Okay. But if you hang around, what's the question mark for? Well, right now it's only simulation. You cannot do it live. It is not connected to a live account. Sorry, wrong link. Just give me a moment. Don't. It's only in simulation mode right now. You cannot connect it to a live account. Okay, guys, in our main room, this is the YouTube link. Chris is not there quite yet, but there is the link to get in. And anybody who is in YouTube or in the main room, Chris has got a lot more experience with with the money machine than I do. So I would hang around. You can ask him a lot of questions. And I'll put my announcement up here. So you cannot run it in live mode. And that's by design because, we're still testing it. The reason, notice you downloaded the Money Machine Alpha. So this is like an alpha version of it. It's not even beta. If you guys understand the different terminologies. Well, ultimately, Don Joey, if we're comfortable with releasing it in live fashion, then you can do it with E-Trade. Okay. Or an Interactive Brokers account or Alpaca, and maybe soon down the road with TradeStation. But right now, it's only available in simulation mode. Okay, guys. Now, just waiting for Chris to show up. There he is. I hear a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. Okay, guys, in our main room, I will put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour, about 1 p.m. Eastern time. And Mr. Christopher Varley, how are you on this Columbus Day?
I am doing fantastic. And yourself?
Not bad, not bad. It is Canadian Thanksgiving today, so...
well, happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you. We don't celebrate it quite gung-ho fashion like you guys do, but...
All right. It is probably my favorite holiday, actually, down here.
Well, that's when you really get together, don't you?
Yeah, and I enjoy overeating and feeling fat on the couch afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get more into Christmas than Thanksgiving up here in terms of visiting family and all that. But anyway, I got probably a lot of money machine questions. Okay.
All right. So, and just for a reference for you, so you'll know, there should be an email going out hopefully later today, I believe. I'm going to do a 2-hour webinar like I did a couple of weeks ago on Thursday. It'll go from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and I'll end at 12 p.m. so everybody can join Steve afterwards here in the live stream. So 3 straight hours of live, but 2 with me on a more intimate, personalized level through Zoom.
Sure. So, okay.
Right.
I will do that.
Go enjoy your break.
I will do that. Okay. Thank you, Chris. We'll see you in a bit.
You got it. Sounds good. All right, everybody. So happy Monday to you all. Hopefully everybody is digesting what went on from Friday and going on in today. And, nothing, no knee-jerk reactions and people just letting their trade plans work, essentially. So, all right, we got an active crowd in here right now. I like that. See here one thing. So you guys are They're chiming in faster than I can read some of these. So, all right, good to see you're back, Aussie. Edwin, Kamal, thank you. Thank you all. Welcome, Ebony. All right, perfect. So let's get going, folks. As per usual on these, I don't come with pre-done content. I let you folks drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for in the software. I think that is best for everybody. So my demo account doesn't have real-time data. So if I don't want to test on a broker's demo account, can I still use the money machine within Trade Ideas Simulator? I'm not sure what you mean by a demo account. The only demo account that we offer, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a demo account, is our market dashboard here. And it's very, very limited. It's really more of a look at what's going on, what we can do scan-wise for the basic / birdie level, not the premium level. There's no back testing in here. You can't hook to a broker or anything. It's just a lot of pre-made scans in here that you got to work within those parameters, essentially. So outside of that, your broker doesn't have real-time data. Who's your... If I don't want to test me. You have to use the Trade Ideas Simulator for the money machine. There's no hooking the money machine to anything else right now. It's only within our own simulator, our own paper trade, or whatever you want to call it. So, if we've got a brokerage plus window open like this, you got to come in here and you got to connect to the paper trader in here, and then from there you would, start to set up what you want to do here, in your money machine settings and all those things like that. I haven't run it today because I'm beyond getting my butt kicked and answering support questions. But that's all you can do. You can't simulate. You can't do this anywhere else. You got to do it within our stuff. There's no outside connection to the money machine yet. There will be, obviously. That's the goal. But is that goal 3 months away? Is that goal 9 months away? Nobody knows at this point. The development team never, ever gives any kind of time frame for anything. Yeah, our sim is real-time data. Yep. The only time you're going to have, I don't even want to call it issues, but with simulators, if you're trying to trade outside of market hours, which you cannot do with the money machine, just so we're clear, but if you were trying to manually trade outside regular hours with our simulator, if you're trading stocks that are like really liquid and really active and people are in and out of them, you're not going to have any problems. But if you're trading stocks in the post or pre-market that are like kind of active, maybe a little, not quite really liquid, you're going to run into problems because you can't simulate liquidity, right? So if it's not, you can't put a market order in pre-market and post-market. That's just part of general market mechanics. So I don't want to go down that whole rabbit hole, but just in case, just know that trading in the pre-market with anybody's paper trader, including ours, isn't maybe the best use of your time. Kamal, this is the issue. Canadian brokers have a lot more regulations than US brokers do. It's not something that's easy for us. This isn't something where we say, oh, we're just going to go do this deal with a broker, right? First, we got to get them to answer us, number one, which is not exactly easy. Then number two, there's rules and regulations in Canada that actually make things difficult for us. So it's not like we can just, flip on a switch and say, hey, we're now connected to Questrade, for example. It's just not, just not the way things work, unfortunately. So, at the moment it's IB because, for various reasons, it's IB right now. We tried to do something with Trade Zero, but they kind of backed out of the deal on us, and there's nothing we could do about that. We tried to do it with Trade Zero Canada, but in the end, they didn't want to do it. A lot of stuff coming in. When you say, could I zoom out? I'm not sure what that means there. When Mukesh, I'm not sure what you mean by zoom out. If you could maybe provide more context on that for me, please. I mean, I can't change my screen from what it is. What I'm sharing is what I'm sharing. I can't zoom in or out on my screen, if that's what you're looking for. For Extreme Master Blaster, the move in price occurs after the alert. How do we edit settings to catch the trade before the big move? There's no way to catch a trade before. There's no way to know it. Don Joey, there's no way to know something's going to move. The hope is that the full move hasn't been done by the time you get it. I mean, you could go into the edit, into the configure of any scan. Let me bring out an alert windows configure, and you can go through the Windows specific filter, and you could change some stuff in here. I don't use the Extreme Master Blaster scan, so I can't really comment exactly what's in it. But you could go through. It's a multi-strategy, I know, so you can go through strategy by strategy and quote loosen some of them. So let's say that it's got a minimum volume threshold, and we'll just use an example. The minimum volume threshold is 1 million shares. You could lower it to 750,000 shares. That might catch something earlier, but you still don't know that it's going to move afterwards. Also, the more things you catch, the more head fakes there'll be in the end too. So it's a trade-off with these things. Jason, hello Chris, I'd like you take on a scan which opens up higher and then returns the previous day's range. I mean, we have a position in previous day's range filter here. So you could use the position in previous day's range filter and show that column. You could add that as a column to a scan there, Jason. That's something you could do if that's what you wanted to see, where it's sitting in the prior day's range. I mean, you could use the filter as well. You could put the values in here that you want X amount above the low of yesterday's range or X amount below the high of yesterday's range. Those are things you could do with that. Simple short float scan is working for me this morning on the Money Machine. All right, that's good to know, Bill. That's good to know. Thank you for that feedback. Is Money Machine integrated in the Pro AI app, or is it separate app? So we have this is confusing. I know it is. Let me bring over our download page. Everything here you see is trade ideas. It's all software by us. This is what we call a production version in the middle. This is the latest and greatest. That's everything's been tested. Nothing is in a beta mode or anything like that. Then we have the beta that has, some newer features in it. You can always see under the release notes what was added since the prior production. And that's the beta right here. The Money Machine is in this alpha version of the software here. So for those that are not familiar, before a beta test comes an alpha test. Generally, we never release alpha tests to the public, but our management and development team knew that this was in the works for a long time. Tons of people asking and eager, so we released the paper version in an alpha, the paper trader version of the Money Machine in this alpha version of the software here. All three work fine. If you want the Money Machine, you got to do the alpha version here. And it's the Money Machine. You could be a standard user and download this and use it. You just won't have access to the Money Machine if you're a standard user. That's all. But everything else on the software will look the same if you were a basic / birdie user as if you downloaded this or this. So essentially they're the same. They're just some features, different features in these two since this one here. Hopefully that kind of clarifies that all up for everybody. Move that down here out of the way. Let me get rid of that. That. Sorry, let me keep piling through all the things that are coming in. I have sound, Edwin, so yeah. And Don Joey, yeah. It's not necessarily less is more. There's a trade-off and some troubleshooting that goes on. Not troubleshooting. I want to say trial and error that goes on in scan building. And what do I mean by that? You take an idea that you have. I want to catch stocks that are, breaking out on the day. So do I want to break out of a new high? And some other things you could always consider too when you're building, because the Master Blaster is looking for momentum plays. And I don't know what selected alerts it's using, but generally speaking, the new high alert is a very popular alert. However, anybody that's like me, and I think there's a lot of them, when I was day trading, I seem to be really, really, really good at buying like the last or second to last new high of the day. And then the trade would just reverse on me. I was like an expert on it. But also, if I ever tried to short, that also didn't work out for me somehow. Somehow it wasn't the last new high of the day or the second last new high of the day if I was shorting. For whatever reason, me and day trading, we struggled. I've since moved on. But since moving on, I've also, really grown with the software, doing support and really digging into different alerts and filters and, people asking questions and things like that. So things someone might consider in scan building are the running up and running down family here, because you don't need to be on a new high. You could have filters that are showing the stock has been moving up over X amount of time. There's good volume, good liquidity, so on and so forth. Maybe, if something's pulled back, how often do we see something, at the start of the day, it's got 2, 3, 4, 5, really big, tall green bars moving up on 5 minutes, and then, pulls back down and maybe tests the open area or something like that. And then it comes screaming back again. Well, we wouldn't get that screaming back alert using a new high because we got to wait for it to take out the new high up here, right? But these running up now, running up confirmed, running up intermediate, those are some options that get you this move coming back up like that. Another version of doing something like that would be a 5-minute high, or I'm just going to type high here and look for the group of them. 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60-minute highs as well. You will get more alerts with these, generally speaking, than with the run-up. So you're going to find more head fakes and things like that. So then maybe coupling another filter like position and range on the day or something like that. So you're not looking at stuff, if something's pulled back 50% from the high of the day, maybe you don't want to see it till it's, within, 60 or 70% off the low of the day again, as it's not as so deep in the pullback still, right? So you might couple it with something like that. So these are the kind of things I'd throw out there when you're looking to troubleshoot and build some more scans. And, I'd encourage you, Master Blaster, I'm sure there are people do well with the scan, but don't be afraid to build some of your own stuff and compare it and see what's coming through. And then maybe that leads you to wanting to tweak the Master Blaster, maybe just toss it to the side, maybe use them in combination with each other. Yeah, so we don't have any of that, Kamal. The only MACDs we have are alerts. You got to use these alerts that are in here for the MACD. I can't just create something, and I don't have an EMA filter. We've only got SMA filters, so sorry. There's really not much I could do on that. The SMA filters do not work in the pre-market. They don't use data of the pre-market. They're not like the relative volume filter that they block data if you use in the pre-market, but they don't use pre-market data to calculate. So they're really irrelevant to use in the pre-market. VWAP does work in the pre-market. So, but if you wanted to build something like that, you'd have to select one of these MACD alerts, and you can only run it during regular market hours, and then figure out what SMA you want to use here. Don't use, obviously, SMA alert. Use one of the SMA filters in here and bracket the price in the way you want to see it around that. And that would be the only thing you could do for that. And same thing with the VWAP. You could add that VWAP as well. You want VWAP, distance from VWAP 1. You'd want that. So that's where you'd want to be living there with that, Kamal. Can you do paid up settings? I'm not sure what you mean, Edwin. Sorry. If you can provide some context on paid up settings. On the money machine, there's no way to do anything MACD in the money machine. Not possible. The money machine is based on top lists, so there's none of these alerts. These single icon items like the MACD are alerts. They're not accessible in top lists. Only these dual iconed filters are accessible in the top list there. Can I automate stock trading with IBKR connection to TradingView? No, no connection to TradingView. You could go directly to IBKR through TWS or the IB gateway, and that's it. And Mukesh, the only automation is for strategies you right now is alert windows you create. There's no such thing as a bot. You can just plug in and have it automate for you. Nothing like that exists anywhere. Even the money machine, which I know, people feel is going to be like that. The money machine will not be something you just plug it in and bang, you're making money. I ask people to be realistic. If something like that, if there was something to plug in and just make money, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Let's be honest. All right, sorry, still trying to catch up here, folks. You guys are putting these in fast. You guys are fast and furious today. I like it. Can I use all three at the same time? All three what? Can I use all three? No, you cannot. I see it's from your Christians, from your thing for. No, you can only have one version of the software on your computer at once. You only need one version. I mean, the way it works is, again, let me go back over this. This is the production version. PinkX is the production version. The Circle Beta is everything the production version has and a little bit extra. And the alpha version, the X with the circle, is everything the production has, everything the beta has, and then a little bit extra. So this has everything we're currently offering, but a lot of it's still in testing, but you're testing along with us. So it's just one version of the software at once. It would be like trying to run Windows 10, Windows 8, and Windows 7 at the same time. You can't do that. It's one operating system. All right. Bye, blue guys. I don't know what that means. I don't do paid setups. No, I mean, in the past, I've offered paid one-on-ones for the software to people under certain conditions. I kind of shied away from them because I was getting too many people that, oh, can't you just build me an automated strategy that will make you money? And like, okay, well, I can't build it for myself. You think I'm going to build it for you? Sorry, it's not something that can be done. The one-on-ones, when I was doing them, I did them separate from TI, and it was to learn the software, essentially, some trader talk we can go over, things like that. I can help get you, some templates and things like that. But we could do that stuff here too. Like we're here a few hours each week, plus our live support chat, plus Barry in the traders rooms, could always help with, some answering some questions on scan building and things like that. So I always prefer people, go the free route. We offer a lot of free. I don't want to shy anybody away. And if someone's just, they have the money and they want to do the one-on-one, and if they don't want me to try to build some master scan for them, I could discuss it with you. But outside of that, I kind of shied away from doing them because of some of the expectations people were trying to set on me. Sounds good, Don Joey. Sounds good. Yep. All right, we're good there. Covered that. So what does it mean to use the Tradewave in the money machine settings? Good question. So let me bring this out here. And so this is using it for the entries and the exits. If you check this box on Tradewave, let's come into the settings here. So this is basically saying that we're using the 5-minute Tradewave, right? Or the 10-minute or whatever time frame you want. I'm going to select 5 minutes because we got a 5-minute chart up here. And so on the entry, you can get in based on a close of a candle above the top or a close above the bottom wave. And if you hold over, there's tooltips here. Candle closes above the top of the wave for the entries. Candle closes above the bottom of the wave for the entries. And if we drill in here, oops, I'll close that for 1 second. So if we drill in here, this is the bottom of the wave. That's the top of the wave. So in this case here, we look back. Let me get rid of this picture in picture so we can see a little bit better. So we we're below the wave here, right? Now we got above the wave, so that would give us an entry right there, right? It got above both the top and the bottom of the wave. But if it only just got above the bottom of the wave and it was living, the candles were living inside the wave and we checked above the bottom of the wave, that would have got us in for the entries, right? Now we come back to the settings again and we look at, oops, check that trade wave option here. And if we look at the exit here, close below the bottom of the wave. So again, that means if we close above, close below the top. Let me do that first. Close below the top. So if we were to get a candle and it closes below the top of the wave, that would exit us. Or we could choose closing below the bottom of the wave. That would exit us. Then you've got these settings in here. And this is basically so we don't go chasing something. So if something is like just shot way out of a cannon, it's way above the trade wave completely, this will stop us from chasing it by X amount above the top of the wave if we so desire. And also because, the trade waves based on this crossover, sometimes crossovers can just keep crossing nonstop and price is kind of just living right in the middle there. So this is saying, if the top of the wave and the bottom of the wave are X amount close, I want to be involved in the trade right now. I need them to have some distance here before I'm getting involved in the trade here. So that's what the trade wave is looking at right there for you. Here, Edwin, do this. If you can give me, Edwin, email me here. Email me there and let me know in detail what you're looking for. Like, I can help you set up some scans and things like that if that's what you really want to do on a paid one-on-one. I really think that, I'd prefer to push you towards the free stuff like today. Give me some ideas of a scan you want built. I'll build a template during this now, and I'll share the cloud link with you. You don't need to pay anything extra for it. But if you want to email me there, give me the details very specifically of what you're looking for, and I'll give you a yay or nay if it's something I can or can't help with. Can I share my earnings scan? Does it differ from before and after? I don't really have an earnings scan. We could build one together. I mean, I've got this, and it was something I was using for like posting earnings when I used to post on Twitter and stuff. I don't even know what's in it. Earnings posting. I'll share this link of it, and I'll go over it with you real quick here. I don't even know what it does anymore, to be honest. All right, so, oh yeah, I was sorting by market cap on this. So we come to the configure. This is what I did with this earnings scan. We put no price, anything on it. I just want to see things that were reporting earnings this morning or this afternoon. I sorted them on market cap for, whichever has the highest market cap gets on the scan, the top 100 market cap stocks having earnings today at any point. And then I order them like that too. And that's all I did with this scan. Nothing else. I put the company's name, the sector, and stuff like that there. So, Jason, if you have something specific you're trying to look at for earnings, let me know, and we could work something out and build it together, and I'll share the cloud link for it. But I don't have a specific earnings scan. I'm not a big earnings person in general. So got it. What are money machines predefined strategies? How many do we have percent win on? No, there's no percent win on anything. It's really not possible for us to track something like that. And someone will be like, well, why not? And it's just not possible. You've got these top lists that there's, no way to track what it's going to do day to day. Like we could put them in mock portfolios and things like that and run them, I guess. But it's just not something we're doing right now. As far as what's there, I'll be honest. I don't, look here in the profiles. What's there? There should be a couple of profiles. I think maybe biggest gainers is there as a profile. Today's Holly signals. There was a long-term Holly there. Now it's gone apparently. And then once you look at the profiles, you can look at what's going on in here. You can open any one of these up in the configure, these 3 dots here under the strategy. Once you select the strategy, go to configure with the 3 dots, and you can see what they're looking for in here. These things look like they're kind of ever changing at the moment, being tweaked on the backside. So we don't have any documentation specific to these, as they're in constant flux at this point. Press sign for the one share. Any other updates in the alpha that are not in the current beta? Yes, you have this here. So if you go to Tools, Options, Brokerage Plus, if you go to Calculations, you can decide on your paper trading calculations, are you using last price to calculate the trade, entry and exit, or using the bid and ask to count the to do the entry and exit? You know, 2 schools of thoughts that go on here. Anybody that's been trading long enough knows full well that you are never going to buy the bid and sell the ask. That's not how trading works. Generally speaking, you buy the ask and sell the bid. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know, David, obviously, but just for the general public here. So there'd also lead you to, you know, if the stock is real spready, also is kind of subjective, but let's say you got a stock like a 10-cent spread on it. It's $20 stock with a 10-cent spread. You know, you're not necessarily going to just buy the ask. You know, you might get it at 8 cents or 7 cents towards the ask, and the same back to the bid side, right, when you go to sell it. So this sets you up for like worst case scenario on your strategies, right? Versus this, you know, it's setting you up for the true best case scenario. You know, what are the odds you're generally getting the last price on spreadier stocks? 30%. 25%. I don't even know where to ballpark that really. 15%. I don't know. It's not 0%. It's not 100%. It's definitely not 50%. Definitely below 50%. I'd say definitely below 40%. So you get those 2 options there, essentially, and a little explanation down here on what's going on. So that's the only thing really that changed with the alpha besides the addition of the money machine. You only can pick one or the other in the trade wave. So this is for Don Joey. You pick one or the other. If you pick trade wave for exit entries, this is it. You're getting only these trade wave settings. Nothing else can impact it unless you manually add something. Or if you don't check the trade wave, then you have the rank and the trailing stop. These impact each other. You start off with these rank stops. If your trailing stop activates based on whatever you have in here, then the rank stop is gone and the trailing stop takes hold instead. So it's one or the other, but never both. My own machine has some issues. It's not closing the long open trades of last trading session and not showing the new trades. All right. So first, I would say, you know, make sure you're not logging into both the web and the download at the same time. Because if you log into any web page of ours that has a login to it itself, whether you're on the dashboard or you're in, you know, any of your own settings or your profile or anything like that, if you come into any of these pages and you haven't set this to delayed up here, it'll kick you out of the software, number one, and nothing in the software will work. You can set that to delayed by the gear up here. I see 90% of people's problems come in from that so far, is going back and forth between those two. So that's number one to look at. Number two, the money machine will only exit your trades at the end of the day if you check this exit position on stop right here. If that's not checked, the money machine just turns off, your positions stay open till the next day, and that's it. So make sure that's checked. During regular market hours, if you have anything open and you want to close it, you could always, sorry, I was just going to buy some Apple here. Why did this not link in Apple? Okay. let's just pretend like the money machine got me into some Apple. Got me in 100 shares of Apple, right? And it's sitting there in my portfolio right now for the money machine. During regular market hours, I could sit here and flatten it. Boom, done. And then your trades will be gone. Just select it and flatten it, and that will kick that trade. Kick those trades to the dirt, to the door. So all stocks reporting for any given week. Yeah, we'll make that real quick. Do you have any volume parameters? Do you have any price range that you want to see? Anything like that? Let me know. So let's start with, I'm going to do this as a top list, so we don't need a trigger to do it. Our only thing is our filters that are going to get us on here. So let's start with earnings date. Earnings date. This always takes me a little troubleshooting because of how we do this, kind of tricky, but let's add that earnings date filter. And so we're going to use negative numbers to go backwards, because if we're in the middle of the week, we want to still be looking at Monday, I guess, right? So we're Friday, so it's minus 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go with minus 5.75 here. I think this will do what I wanted to. And then let's go with a 5.75 here. This is basically giving us a 10-day outlook. This is the best way to do it. So if we're at the end of the week, we could see the beginning of the week. If we're at the middle of the week, we'll be looking into a little bit of last week. And if we're at the beginning of the week, we'll be looking at, back to the beginning of last week, essentially, is how this is going to go, and all the way out. So it's going to span that. And that's the best way for you to, I think, to do this. Let me confirm that this is what we want to see here. And I'm not going to put anything here other than a volume filter of, I'm not going to put any volume filter. No, I'm going to put a volume filter, yeah. Put a volume filter of 250,000 shares, just because I don't want to see too much stuff. All right, I want to see, no, hold on. I got to add some columns here because we want to see the earnings date in the column. Configure columns, earnings date. Let's get rid of change from open. Okay, earnings date, perfect. Let's expand this out so we can see a little better. So let's see. So this had earnings. Oh my goodness. So this had earnings back here on this day. So we're going back, here's today. So it's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we're looking at Monday right there. And then this will have earnings post-market on the 20th. So in 5 market days from now. So that's what I would be living with right there for that there, Jason. Now, if you have some other parameters you want to throw at me, I'll add them into the scan. A minimum amount of volume, a minimum amount of shares traded on the day, any kind of price range, whatever filters you want. Throw them at me. I'll throw them in this, and I'll share the cloud link with you. If you want to avoid things that are too spready, we did add, this isn't part of the alpha because this is from the server side, and we did it after the alpha, but before you can never use the spread filter and top list. Spread is now part of the top list in here. So it's not, it's tricky because the top lists have that refresh cycle. So it's not perfect like the timestamped alerts, but this will, mostly keep you out of spready stocks here. It's done by pennies. So if you were to add the filter, what's the max spread you want to see? Is it, 10 cents? Is it 15 cents? Is it, 6 cents, whatever you want it to be, like that. So it's pennies like that. So you could do that, David, to keep out the spreadier stocks for the most part, whether it's money machine or any top list for any scan that you're building like that. Mike, see what's happening. Yeah, MP is having itself a day. Yeah, MP's having itself a day, that's for sure. Yeah, you got it, David. Of course, of course. So All right. Now, I've been trying to, you guys have been way more active than I've seen in like months, which is awesome. Hopefully, I haven't missed anybody's questions. If I missed your question, just if you could repost it now for me, please. I apologize. I never mean to miss a question. Sometimes they're just flying and I'm trying to make sure I get everybody here. So if I missed your question, please repost it. Also, if you asked a question and maybe I didn't cover to the extent you needed, you still have questions on it, you know, I just didn't get you there as far as the answer you're looking for, maybe repost, please, add a little context for me or a little more context, lead me to where you want me to ask. If you click on it and press flatten, it's not closing the trade. And you are 100% sure you're connected. If you come here, you've got the green dot and all those things like that. You don't have a green dot? My scans are working. Can you share a screenshot? Like if you can get this whole window here of Brokerage Plus for me, where things aren't flattening, or if you could even do a video capture of you clicking on the stock and pressing flatten. You got to click on the stock, right? So you got 100 shares here of this. I just bought it, right? Got to click on it, then press flatten. If you can get some screenshots and or video recordings, even better, of this to info@trade-ideas, that would be helpful for me, please. Because we've got nobody else with any reports of that. And obviously you can see it's all flying here for me, no problem. Can I set up trade? You can trade anytime you want. If you want your scans to run, oh, that worked. Okay, yeah. You got to click on the stocks that you want to close. It won't know, it doesn't know what stock to close unless you select it. You can also do this too. Watch this. So let's say I've got a couple of positions. Buy. So I have 3 positions here with whatever I just bought. I don't even know what stocks. There we go. So I've got these 3 positions here. If I click and drag so all 3 are highlighted, and then I press flatten, goodbye to all 3 also. Perfect. Glad we got you sorted. I was hoping there was no individual bug for you. That's never fun. Excellent. So yeah, Kamal, you can trade anytime you want. If you want your scans to run from a specific time period, it's just the scanning part. You could, just run the scans during that time. If it's an alert window and you really want to just limit it to that time, we do have the time of day filter here. Alert window, search time of day. This only works in alert windows. There's no way to do this in topless at all. But you could use this and you could add the filter. And I'd say use the show me function here so you can do it, because this works from minutes after the open. So a 0 value is 9:30 a.m. Eastern. A negative value is into the pre-market, right? And then if you use this will tell you exactly what you're doing here. So let's just say, I want this to start at minus 200 minutes. So many stocks where the alert occurred after the open, the alert occurred, after the open, at the open, and no more than 2 minutes before the open. And then if I wanted to stop it, let's say you're saying 11 a.m. So if we're working forward, so that's 30 minutes, 90 minutes. No, sorry. Yeah, 90 minutes, right? So 90 minutes. So we'd stop it there. Going backwards, 9:30. So that's 30 minutes. 8:30 is 60 minutes. 7:30 is 120 minutes. So I guess we go 150 minutes, I believe, if we wanted 7 a.m. So that's what we would be doing to make it scan only like that. So that's what you could do there. Kamal, if that's what you wanted to be living with for scan only, doing that, those time frames. That works. Select all. So you're looking for stuff like QBTS. So, I mean, here's the thing. We could scan for this, right? And there's different things we could do, but there's no way to know that it was going to pull back and do this. We can't predict what the stock's going to do. We can scan for things that have done things. And then the question we ask ourselves afterwards, is it going to continue to do the thing I want or not continue to do the thing I want? So, we could scan for something, we just scan for gap ups, how many stocks are we going to get like this and they're going to reverse that much, right? And are we going to sit here reversing? What is that? $1 plus off that gap up open. So, we could do stuff like this for a breakout scan, quote breakout scan. Let's get an alert window going. Oop, not my machine. Well, remember, there's no way for us to predict what's going to happen whatsoever. So we could do this. We could say, all right, let's see. This thing doesn't even have it. Like this thing isn't even doing anything crazy. Let's just some real important things. We're talking about breakout. Relative volume is almost normal at this point, right? So this isn't even doing anything wild. It's just grinding higher like everything else in the market for the most part today. I mean, everything. You pick Scrabble pieces out of a bag and find stuff moving up today. So this is a little trickier on a day like today. Let me see if RCAT is something different that maybe we'll like better. I mean, RCAT's doing even less volume than that is. Less liquid and less volume. I consider volume, the shares traded, your liquidity, I consider relative volume. So, we could look for stuff that's up on the day. We go, look, new, alert window. Let's go with, let's mess with some filters here. So change from close, let's say we're up, 4% from the change from close. We've traded at least 1 million shares on the day today. I don't know what we want to stick with the price range. I'm gonna put 5 as the floor on this. I'm not even gonna put a relative volume filter in here because if we put a high relative volume, we never see these stocks. We don't even see them. They're not doing anything special at all today as far as something unique. They're doing exactly what the market is doing today. They're probably in lockstep with, the SPY and or the Qs. So yeah, net trade, I'm addressing what you got and what you put before. I'm addressing it right now. Hopefully you've been able to hear what I'm sharing and what I'm saying. So, I think the best way for you to do this, if you're really looking for something like this, use our stocks like this page. Let me find it for you. Where's our stocks like this page? Because I think what you're going to want to do is try to reverse engineer stuff. Sorry, I'm going to come to the user's guide because I can't find it otherwise. User's guide, table of contents, stocks like this. I'm going to open the stocks like this page. Right here. Here's the link for that. And look, what time did you want to catch RCAT? What time are you thinking about catching it? Obviously it's not here on the open because that would have not worked out well at all for you. It doesn't even bounce again until an hour after the open, an hour and 20 minutes after the open, give or take. So we could say, let's get it on this 10:35 candle, right? So let's go with start time. Let's go with 10:35. All right. And now we can see every alert that happened on RCAT from 10:35 to 10:40. Every alert that would have happened. So we could pick an alert from there. So running up intermediate would have got us there. So, we're going to reverse engineer this a little bit here. Close this down somewhat. Do I have any open extra stuff? So new alert window running up. Running up intermediate. I'm going to add that alert. Price, like I said before, let's look at 5. That point it had 3.5 million to 3.8 million shares traded during that point. So let's go with we're going to go 2.5 million. All right. I mean, it's 1 minute. It's 5-minute volume. Wasn't even doing anything special. 5-minute volume was doing less than half of what it normally does over a 5-minute period of time during some of that. So we could add a 5-minute volume to it. We're not putting any major values in here. There's just nothing special about this stock right now. It's literally just trading with the market. That's it. We can get this done here. I don't know. Let's put we'll put just 100 here. That it's doing normal stuff. What was it up from the close? Change from the close. Let's find a change from the close. Change from the close. So in between 4 and 6, we'll go. Let's go with a 3.75. It's up from the close. I don't know. Maybe we'll throw a distance from VWAP in there too. Why not? Didn't I see that filter somewhere? Distance from VWAP. Distance from VWAP. So, I mean, nothing crazy here, but let's add it. Distance from VWAP 1. Let's add it. What did we say it was doing again? 0.9. So let's go with 1.3 above the VWAP. So, all right, this would have found RCAT without a question. So we're going to put this for net trade 1. And you can take this and make it your own. Just please make sure that you save it to your cloud because this link will expire in a couple of days. That without a question would have found what you were looking for. All right, so I know some other stuff came in. Should the stocks that my Money Machine strategy symbols list match the stocks seen on my alert window? As long as the symbols list, the scan, everything has to be exactly the same in order to match. Everything has to be exactly the same there. And so if it's not exactly the same, there's no way to know if it should or would match. Also, this stocks like this page, if anybody wants, here's a link to it. It's how you can back engineer a scan. So so here's the stocks like this page. Interesting that it's got that. Ain't that something? Bear with me 1 second. All right. Get you that link here. So there's the stocks like this page for those that want to do some back engineering. I don't have a biggest mover strategy. Whatever's in here is just the default stuff that's in here. I don't have anything biggest mover wise. So if you come to the strategies, momentum rider must be something new. And these biggest gainers here. Just just whatever's in these here. I don't have anything biggest gainers wise there, Aussie. If you give me an idea of what you're looking for, you're going to have to be specific, of course. We could get you something. We could get you a top list and show the cloud link to it. Here's a strategy that I need trade if I can find these tickers based on the following. Can I have a guaranteed 10-cent mover scan? No, there's no guarantees. Come on, there's no way to predict the stock would move 10 cents, right? If I could predict the stock was going to move 10 cents in my favor, I'd be killing it every second of every day, right? There's just no way. There's no prediction on the stock market other than that it generally opens every day or every market day. So sorry, there's no way to predict that 10 cents that you want from there. You're welcome, NetTrade. Hopefully that works out for you. That helps you. You got it, Mike C. You got it. We can do the relative volume of 1.5 or higher and a float less than 5 million, but there's no way to predict that something's going to move 10 cents. There's just no way to do it. Based on in the past, but there's no way to predict based on the past like that. It's just not how trading works. There's no prediction in the market. I'm sorry. So, Michael Anthony, how are you? So, all right, I think I'm currently caught up with questions there. And again, anybody that's looking to build scans based on any specific criteria, that stocks like this page is a good page to reference. I put the link in there for you folks. The thing I tell people is don't get overly caught up. Like if you have some specific setup that you want to see, or a stock that's set up a specific way that you want to see, remember the odds of two stocks setting up exactly the same. So like if you were using the stocks like this page and you were selecting like 20 different filters in there and you were really using it exactly as it showed what the filters lined up with, the odds of another stock doing exactly what that stock did ever are very low. So you want to select a couple of key filters and the kinds of setups that you're looking for, right? So, if we were looking at something that was, maybe from a pullback, you want to use like the position and range filters, maybe the change over X amount of time filters, maybe how deep it might have pulled back into the VWAP in combination with those. Just thinking, off the top of my head, versus if you were using some kind of momentum stuff and it was stocks that were just like, they were the ones that were going nutty today, whether it's the upside or downside. That's when you're looking at the, 5-minute volume and relative volume and different, maybe gap is a factor in that. Maybe one of the, one of the shorter midterm RSIs is a factor in that. You pick 5, 6, maybe 7 filters that you think are most important in finding these kinds of setups, and then work from there like that. That's what I would encourage folks to do. Just my 2 cents. So a couple more minutes here before I wrap up for the day. If anybody wasn't here early on when Barry made the transition to me, this coming Thursday, there'll be an email that goes out and it'll have a Zoom link in there. I'm going to run a Zoom webinar from 10 a.m. Eastern on Thursday and stop it, a hard stop at 11:55 a.m. Eastern. So I can get you all transitioned over to Steve. That will start on the live stream here at noon Eastern. It's going to be open for whatever anybody wants. I will enable mics. You know, if we need to flop back and forth some screen sharing, we'll do some of that. It'll be like what we did a couple of weeks ago. A few weeks ago was really Money Machine focused. Money Machine can be the focus of this, but if you just have general burn-in questions on trade ideas, you know, I'm giving you a shot at, you know, some extra access, more so than what we do here, where everybody's typing things only. You get some mics. We can talk things out, and it's, you know, instead of an hour, I'm giving you an hour and 55 minutes basically. And then that dovetails into Steve for another whole hour afterwards as well. And I don't think so, because the only back testing that can be done was with alert windows, and you've got to choose an alert event, and there's no filter sort in alert windows, right? So there's key components that are very different when it comes to a top list and an alert window like that. You know, the juice behind the Money Machine is this filter sort, I think, is the juice behind it. What filter sort you're using with the scan that's finding the stocks. You don't have that in an alert window, and you've got to select an alert event, new high, new low. And there's no way to know that your alert event would trigger in the top list to get you what you wanted. So it's just not, that's all. Jason, it's going to be on Thursday. This coming Thursday. So what's Thursday? Thursday is going to be, what do we got here? Thursday the 16th. So Thursday the 16th at 10 a.m. New York time. 10 a.m. time in New York, state of New York. What make our cats start going up, not to be profit yet? I don't know what that means, and I don't know why our cat's going up. I think it's safe to say our cat's going up because the market's going up. I think that's safe to say. You know, here's the chart of our cat, right? And let me just do this. So here's our cat. Let's draw that line. Now let's see how that correlates to the SPY. Oops. Well, let's see how it correlates to the Qs, actually, because it's a NASDAQ traded stock. So for fun, just for fun. Nope, that's not the Qs. That's the Qs. So, you know, it didn't gap up quite the same, but drifting higher all the same like our cat is now. So, you know, it's just a beneficiary of what we've got going on in the overall market right now. That's all I could say, Michael Anthony. It'll come in an email that will likely go out either later today or tomorrow morning. Here, you know what? Bear with me, everybody. Bear with me. I got a link actually right now because technically it is my link in my Zoom account, or the Zoom account that Trade Ideas is enabled for me. Let's see, webinars. Reoccurring. I just all called Trade Ideas Q&A, but whatever. It's for everything. Whatever your burning desire is on Thursday, related to Trade Ideas specifically, of course. And all right, so this will be that Zoom link. That will be live roughly. Could be 9:59 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. Could be 10:01 a.m. Eastern on Thursday, but right around 10 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. I will be live there for 2 hours for anybody that has any burning questions that they would like answered. Right, Barry?
I got a lot of them, but unrepeatable.
You and me both.
Oh my goodness! So it's interesting. So you had one of these before, a couple before, but you actually opened it. It was like an open mic.
Yeah, you know, So years ago, I tried to do this as an end to the day through Zoom.
I
You
remember.
actually, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was doing the same thing then, only there were some days 0 people were showing up. There were some days 2 or 3 people would show up. And then 2 of those 3 people didn't interact with me whatsoever. And the one that was there that was interacting only wanted to type even with the mic enabled. And in any of these webinars that I've done in the past on Zoom and I enable mics, I find generally 1 to 4 people is looking to talk on the mic.
Okay,
Everybody
cool.
wants, I just like, everybody's like, oh, can we do a screen share? Can we do a Zoom call?
Mhm.
And then when I do one, nobody really wants to take advantage of it to its full extent. So,
People are shy. People are shy.
well, guess what? Squeaky wheel gets the grease. That's how it works in life. And if you want to be shy, I'm sorry to tell you, you're probably bound to not get what you're looking for. That's my 2 cents on it.
Okay. All right, Chris. Well, thank you for that. So that's on Thursday. So you're doing Thursday, but how about who's doing it tomorrow? Any idea? Not the Zoom, but
regular tomorrow. That could be me. That could be Steve. I'm not sure. Andy went last week. Actually, I think I did go the week before. I don't know what Steve's got going on, so I'll discuss with him.
Okay.
But Steve will do his regular on Thursday. Mine will lead up into Steve's, and I'm kicking everybody out of Zoom as Steve is taking the transition from you on YouTube.
Okay.
So a lot of access to people. A lot of access for people. They got you all day. They get an hour every day on the YouTube side of things. So as I like to say, we can lead the horse to water, but if you don't want to drink it, we'll just have to shoot you in the head.
I'm not sure that's what the parable said, but okay. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it was that vicious.
All right. I might have misquoted.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
You got it. Sorry, removing myself here, and you can take the screen sharing back. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Here we go.
All right. Adios, everybody.
Well, Andy is definitely on. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, David. Technically, Andy is on Fridays, but you're right. There sometimes he does a Tuesday. All right, guys, just give me one moment as I get rid of my announcement. Now, I heard in our YouTube room, wow, look at that STI. Guys, STI and GWH, the 2 monsters today. But I did my video on STI, and I happened to say, I'm not sure where this is going. And boy, is it ever going. Wow. Just give me a moment, okay? Just want to get my music going. Show you something. I know Chris showed you the stocks like this. I want to show you something else that you might like. Might be I found that when I ever wanted to do anything like that, this is what I would use, but I'll only do it if you're still in the room. You want to bore people. I have got a lag in trade ideas today. I've noticed. I have got a lag. Yeah, there's something going on. My system, my computer is fine, so it's not that, but I definitely have a lag. Almost like I've got something else open that I'm not aware of. But anyway, on STI, yeah, I mean, the next high looking left, imagine that, 44 on the monthly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high on the monthly chart. Just because they unveiled the next generation AI power supply. Boy, this is a good, look at that, guys. This was in the pre-market. It jumped 90%. And we get I get people who say, why do you concentrate on stocks that are already up so much? Look at what is up now, 331%. This was up 90% at one point in the pre-market. I mean, these things, you know, they can keep just ripping and ripping and ripping all day. Okay, so I guess NetTrade, you're not in the YouTube room anymore. I was going to show you another way in which you can do the stocks like this, but I guess you're not there anymore. All right, guys. Now, I think this promo is still good till tomorrow. I think I remember there was an email that said October 14th. So let me go over my homepage one last time. Well, one last time today. All right, so here is the promo codes that I was talking about. So you can still get 30% off a premium annual, 30% off a premium annual, 22% off a premium monthly, first month only, of course. And then on the standard plans, 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year. So those are the three codes that are still out there. And all I ask, please use the code, whatever it is going to be, save my homepage, and then you can, because you're going to have to find a way to get into the trading room anyway. So you might as well save my homepage to get into the trading room, and then you'll know what the latest code is. And if you scroll down, you'll get the trade of the week. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve did not come up with a specific stock, but you can sign up for it right here. I'm sure there'll be one next week. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. If you don't see it in either of those two folders, certainly contact us. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section for more info. And getting started with Trade Ideas, first thing you must do. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, what I would do is start off on that second video. Thank you, Pepe. There are 12 videos, so you don't only have to look at 11 short videos. Okay, and that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try, at least for a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, series of videos, 15 videos. Okay, if you're new to trading, this is for you and it's all free. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the middle, and here they are. So if you have any questions about them, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. You can see that STI is probably won. How many races did it win today? It only won 8 races, but you know, the top mover for sure. Halts resumes over here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running, but you certainly can take a look at them. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So again, guys, from our AI, the reentry was at 1076. That was the reentry for STI. So if you missed it the first time, or if you got in the first time and you got stopped out, you had an opportunity to get back into the trade. around the 1076 mark. Obviously, now do they all work, in this fashion? Of course not. But this was pretty stupendous today, guys. And look at all the room. What did I say? We had about 40 odd on the monthly chart. Yeah, there's something lagging today. Yeah, look at that. 45 dollars. Yeah, something is definitely lagging a little bit today. First time I've had something like this in a long time. Yeah, but nice 50% move, Steve. I mean, look, that was, pretty volatile also. I mean, there were moments where it dropped like $2 in a minute. With that float, just got to be really careful. Oh, you only dumped half of it. Well, that's excellent. Now you can kind of try to, well, see, even riding the wave on the 2 minute, but you can see how it pierced it right there at 106. And then a more traditional play in our AI would be the MP. Yeah, something. I wonder if I should just exit trade ideas and come back in. There's something is going on. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. See if that is the issue. Or maybe I just do a, hmm. Anybody else having a bit of a little sluggishness with trade ideas today? This is the first time I've had this in, well, a long, long time. I think I'm going to save my layout. I'm going to exit. See, all this is very, very sluggish. Okay, net trade. Give me a moment, okay? I just want to show you something else you might be interested in. I know Chris went over the stocks like this, but let me. I want to exit trade ideas and come back in, okay? Just give me a moment. Yeah, I've definitely got a. So I'm going to lose all the data I had before for the race winners and all that, but it's not a big deal. I just want to see if that's the issue. Wow. See, it's not taking forever just to exit the program. See how fast this loads. It's a little better. Okay. So net trade, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you this. The stocks like this template. So while this is pretty cool because with what Chris showed you is it's sort of it's every 5 minutes, isn't it? It's the old as I can remember it anyway. The old stocks like this is sort of an every 5 minutes showing you. This is instant. Okay, now all these column headers that you have here. Okay, I just added all these column headers here, and this is going to show you what the value was. And of course, hopefully it makes sense. You can add whatever column headers you want. Now, I've got a lot of them in here, a lot of column headers in here. So for instance, you were talking about RCAT earlier, right? And so symbol list, single symbol, I'll put in RCAT. And now this is only going to show, I mean, the alert is going to be like a new high for the day. Okay, a new high for the day. And this is going to show you, okay, I did the history. This shows you, you don't have like, you can see it's every second. It's literally every second. If I go all the way back to 9:30, okay, so that tells me that what the volume was. It made a new high here, made a new high at 9:30 plus 5 seconds, et cetera, all the way up. All these are new highs for the day. And over here, it's showing you exactly what the values were. So it's very similar, of course, to the stocks like this, but you have like you can control what filters you want to see, and also it's up to the second. You don't have to wait every 5 minutes, if that makes sense. Again, this is just showing you exactly what our server saw every time this made a new high. So I don't know if it's something of interest to you or not, but and again, don't get overwhelmed by all these. These are just user defined columns. You can put whatever column, whatever filter you want up here, and see what the value is. Some of these, you may not care about, so you just get rid of them. Maybe there's something in here that you'd like to see, because remember, it's just these are. Whoops. So here are all the filters, right? You can add any one of these filters as a column header, and then see what the value was. So again, I don't know if that is something you want. If you want it, I can give it to you. If not, I'll just move on. Yeah, I mean, Steve, that went from 26, almost a $5 drop. Yeah, in under 10 minutes for the STI. Doesn't mean it's over, but it's as we speak, it is certainly pulling back. Okay, guys, it's 1:21, so soon, probably at now, William, you said you're going to keep the room open until about 3:30, right? So after I leave, the main room will still be open. Probably leave around 2. Now, when I say I'll leave at 2, if there are questions, I will hang around afterwards. I just, but if no questions, I will certainly take off. Will the spy test the VWAP again? The VWAP's down here at 662, so about $1 away. All right, guys. Well, listen, no questions at all. So you know what? I might just put myself on mute now. I'm going to hang around till at least 2 o'clock, but hopefully I'm sure Chris must have answered all the money machine questions. But if you have any money machine questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Okay. Net trade. Okay. Well, I can give it to you. Let me just find it again. So I'm going to go over it again for you because, it's really not tricky, but okay. So there it is. Now, when you get it, it's just understand that again, you control all of these column headers. You can put whatever you want in. If you want to get rid of a lot of them, you can do it. Remember, you right click on configure and then you go to columns. And if you don't want all you can get rid of columns you don't want. You can add columns you do want. Okay. And then the only other trick is you have to go to symbol lists. You right click, configure, and go to symbol lists. And then where it says this is a drop down menu, and just go to the single symbol and type in the symbol you want. And when you do that, then the only other thing you've got to do, because it's going to show you like now, okay, let 126, just right click and do the history today. So let me know if that worked for you, because otherwise you won't, you may not even see anything. But you just have to do the history of today, and then that'll show you every time. Now it doesn't have to be a new high of the day. It could be another trigger, could be a new 5-minute high, whatever you want. but you have to have some kind of a trigger. So I've just been using the new high of the day as the trigger to show me what were the filters every time that stock made a new high for the day, or the filter values. And again, it's because it'll alert you every second, every single second that it happened, rather than every 5 minutes. So let me know if it worked for you and if you need any more information. Okay. Interesting. Both of the high flyers, GWH and STI, pulling back at virtually the same time. Boy, you gotta, this MP, I mean, it just has, I'm not saying it's going to get, I mean, don't buy it because I'm saying this, but it just seems like it's got to get up to 100, right? Look at that. It got up to what, 90, 98, 97. Have to watch this tomorrow. All time high. I mean, not that long ago. When was this? This was back in July. This was a $30 stock. And I caught some of the net trade. I'm talking a net trader in a YouTube room. You wanted to know about RCAT. That's why you can type in RCAT. But as Chris was saying, RCAT was not trading anything abnormal. Normally, what we want to see are stocks that are trading abnormally. But look at RCAT today as an example. It's only it's 1.3 times normal. So you could construct the alert or the scan based on, okay, relative volume of no of at least say 1.3. Or problem is that you'll probably, for all the RCATs you see, you could see 10 others that just don't do anything. That's the problem. But you can have fun with that, stocks like this template. Speaking of IPOs, how's that laundry stock doing? ALH, not bad. I mean, it's holding its own. High up here. I'm going to put a price alert up at here. This started trading last week at up to 25.35 or 33. Put a price alert here. See if it takes that out, makes a new high. XCH, you guys been I mean, I know we saw this one. Wow, 180. Last time I saw this was 135. Right around here. Low float, more than likely. I don't see the float information. Let me sometimes you have to reload. Yeah, 3.8 million in the float. German stock. EV play. Okay, guys, so it is 1:33. I'm going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll get right back, excuse me, right back on the mic. Oops. You're welcome, NetTrade. All right, guys. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll take off now. And room tomorrow will be open. The main room will be open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. The YouTube room, I'll try to get open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock, both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. The main room still will be open until about 3:30, even after I leave. Uh, YouTubers, if you want to come into the main room, I'll put my homepage link in. And if you click on it, you scroll down just a little bit, and to the right-hand side, you'll see something called Trading Room, and that's how you can get into the main room. So I'll mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down, so I'm going to end the stream.